Hey everyone, Steve here, and we are back with Snowbreak. Start is late, had to do some laundry, get my clothes clean, and had to meet up with Reg to go on the Seb run because it's 7-Eleven day. Yeah, it's July 11th, July being the 7th month, so yeah. And then there's our first 7-Eleven day, which is November 7th, so that's not gonna occur till next, 4 months, I believe so. But yeah, couple things to announce. Well, let's go with the unfortunate kicker because, legendary singer Bonnie Tyler, sadly passed away. Known for Total Eclipse of the Heart, Only Up for a Hero, and it's a heartache. Yeah. No one well, Holy Up for Hero was not only was from Shrek 2, but also in Saints Row the 3rd. So yeah, may Bonnie Tyler rest in peace, and my condolences go out to her friends, families, and colleagues. So yeah. Second, I'm gonna go full cam for a minute, because normally I'd be using the 8-bit dual controller, but I happen to grab this controller, the GameSir G7 Pro 8K polling, the AimLabs controller. So yeah, gotta be having fun with this thing. And yeah, one final thing too. So next week, stream may or may not happen because, well, me and Reg are heading to Icon, so I know I missed out last year's, but yeah, this year is like I did a poll. It was like 2 said yes, 1 said no, and I was like, well, 2 against 1, so I definitely have to follow suit. So, but yeah, so stream, either the Snowbreak stream for next Saturday may either happen a bit late or it may not happen at all. So, but we'll have to see. But as far as Halo goes, since tomorrow we're going to be finishing off Halo 1 because we're down to 2 stages left. Halo 2 may or may not happen on next week tomorrow too, so we'll have to find out tomorrow. So alright then, so we are in this chapter, Hearts and Harmony, and the conclusion to the Shuozhou part, which is Shuozhou 2. Which is weird that the legacy, well, the journey stuff started with this, well, right after Resurgent Journey. But that's neither here nor there, so yeah, so oh yeah, this is where it's gonna get weird, because there's cutscene, 2 stages, cutscene, 4 stages, and 3 cutscenes, and then a couple stages, a couple of cutscenes, a boss fight, and a cutscene. So yeah, let's get started. Three days have passed since the end of 3 days has passed since the end of Operation Reclaim Boo Boo's consciousness, but the company still wasn't at peace yet. Oh yeah, actually I forgot one more thing too. Remember how I said that the song we said it was gonna be the voice of Dia Bellstar, or what I'm hoping to believe? I think it was from last week's stream or so. Turns out that's confirmed, so yeah. And seeing from the artworks, or at least the TCG artwork or whatnot, yeah, I think the Bellstar is also the one who has a glowing eye, so I can make the Doofenshmirtz joke. So if I had a nickel for every time a Sabi said that plays a character I know that has a glowing eye, I had 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird it happened twice. Alright, anyways, now we got that out of the way, so Operation Reclaim Boo Boo's consciousness, but the company still wasn't at peace yet. A multitude of intensive research projects have moved forward, working to reveal the secrets of baiting that Boo had risked her life for. Inside the medical bay at Yggdrasil headquarters, Yao stirred, as though walking from a long dream, fatigue etched into her features. More poignantly striking, however, were the tear streaks silently tracing her cheeks. Realizing her face was wet, Yao paused, dazed for a moment, before quickly wiping away the tears. Only then did the figure beside her break the silence.
調子どう？大丈夫？
Benny fiddled awkwardly with her blonde pigtails as she spoke. Her gaze frequently flickered toward Yao's side, where the adjutant lay in a silent slumber inside the adjacent treatment pod.
平気だ。
Pulling herself from the remnants of that emotional immersion, Yao shook her head and managed a faint smile.
はあ、寝て過ごしただけだからいつも通りだよ。適当なこと言わないでくれる？この前使わせてもらったんだけど、このシステム、寝てるみたいな使い心地とは到底言えないわ。
Benny trailed off mid-sentence. Yao's calm yet resolute expression brought... Oh, shit. Damn it. Benny trailed off mid-sentence. Yao's calm yet resolute expression brought back her memories of her own time in the spindle system with the adjutant. Understanding what Yao might be feeling, Benny switched topics.
分析員は
Before Benny could ask about the adjutant's condition, Yao preemptively addressed her unspoken concern.
分析員なら無事だ。っていうかピンピンしすぎている。
Yeah, what Red Hood said. Benny let out a small sigh of relief, though a trace of worry lingered in its wake.
仮にそうであっても。それは無事とは言い難い。
Yep, and speaking of life, yep, here she is. No, don't worry, we'll use her in just a brief moment after we get through this cutscene. Because, well, she's not exactly the main focus. Well, pretty much for the remainder of the entire story up until, well, whenever the next update's gonna happen, which is sometime this month, if it's gonna happen. Benny, you know, she had her summer event, but that summer event was limited and not in the main story, so yeah. Anyways.
スピンドルの使用時間が長すぎた。私たちは交代で入っているから無事だが、分析員の場合、ろくに休まず使い続けている。
As Life spoke, she couldn't help reaching out to gently caress the face of a man sleeping in the pod. She'd been by his side for quite a while, keeping around the clock regal.
安心して。分析員の体と精神状態は常に確認しているにゃん。各種パラメータはすべて標準範囲内にゃん。
On the opposite side of the pod, Moxa finally looked up from her tablet. Her expression turned serious as she shifted her focus to Yao.
ヤオ、 分析員との意識同調は完了したにゃ。タウさんの指示通りに。うん、わかっている。
Yao replied as she climbed out of her treatment pod, though she wobbled slightly when she stood.
ヤオ、本当に大丈夫なの？
Penny stirred, intending to steady Yao, but Yao waved her off. Bracing herself, she made her way to the adjutant's pod.
大丈夫だって。
Yao's gaze softened as she looked at the adjutant, her eyes distant and wistful, lost in memories of their shared experiences in that dreamlike world.
っていうか、今までにないくらい調子がいい。
Under the watchful eyes of the others, Yao leaned in and pressed a gentle kiss to the adjutant's cheek.
見つけてくれるの。待ってるから。
Crap. Did it really? I know it's been a while, but yeah, can't remember. Yeah, I promised Brett that, so. She murmured softly by his ear before turning to leave the medical bay. It wasn't until the automatic door slid shut that the room's remaining occupants seemed to come back to their senses. Benny blinked, still dazed.
今、なんか言わなかった？
With a somber face, Moxer walked over to where Yao had stood. Without warning, she leaned down and mirrored Yao's action, planning to kiss on the man's other cheek. Benny's eyes widened further.
マジル、あんた何を？再現実験だにゃん。動きを正確に再現することで彼女の言った内容を推測する手法だにゃん。で、何言ったか分かった？分からなかったにゃん。はあ？結果が伴わない実験だってあるにゃん。これも日常茶飯事だからファニーも覚えた方がいいと思うにゃん。やっぱり今のはただの嘘だったのね。やっぱり人間の言葉は私には難しすぎたにゃん。
Well, you're not 100% wrong there.
こういう時だけボケるんじゃないわよ。
Moxer let her gaze linger on the adjutant's face for a brief moment. Then, covering her ears, she turned away with a blank expression, blatantly ignoring Benny's protest.
ヤオの意識同調が終わったので先に失礼するにゃん。これからフリティア先生の秘密武器が開発の最終段階に入るので手伝いに行かないといけないにゃん。
With that, Moxer exited the room. The tips of her pointed ears switched triumphantly as she strode off, her steps jauntily, like a cat that had just snagged a treat. As she does that, as the door clicked shut behind Moxer, Benny turned her glare to life, a hint of irritation flashing her eyes.
ウェンズデー、なんでさっきから黙ってるのよ。
ファニーが代わりに言ってくれたから。
Life lowered her gaze and took the adjutant's hand, pressing it softly against her own cheek. Under Finney's incomprehensible gaze, Life lightly nuzzled her face against the adjutant's palm, as if seeking warmth from it. Unfortunately, I am not exactly awake at the moment. Wish I could feel that.
ヤオと分析員は向こうで多くのことを経験したはずだ。
いきなり何よ。ひょっとして危機感でも抱いたの？
Penny scoffed lightly, crossing her arms, feigning indifference. She casually tossed out a pointed question.
ところでウェンズデーと分析員はあっちで何をしたの？
秘密だ。
Yeah, that's fine. Yep. There's nothing to worry about. Yep.
なんだ、二人だけの内緒事なんて私にだっていっぱいあるわよ。
And that we do. Yep. Okay.
あとそこ、もう十分座ったでしょ。そろそろどいてもらえる？
Before Life could respond, Benny unceremoniously pushed her aside. She grabbed the adjutant's hand and mimicked Life's earlier gesture, pressing his palm against her cheek.
なに？これが終わったらいっぱい付き合ってもらうんだからね。
Yeah, I definitely owe you that. That's for sure. Life stepped back. Rather than protest, her attention shifted toward the door as it slid open again. A graceful figure dressed in pale blue leaned casually against the doorframe, her tired gaze sweeping across the room.
カーシア。分析員の様子は？
Huh. Surprised he didn't give her the Heimdall dress thing. Like, well, I mean, I know you could do that in the base, but surprised it's not. She didn't get one, so at least in here, yeah, weird.
この私がそばにいるんだから、今時天国気分なんじゃない？
そっちの進捗は？予想以上にはかどっているわ。適応訓練を全てクリアして、新装備にも十分馴染んできている。
Weird she doesn't have her, mouth movements like the others, too. Although that she got rectified in a few cutscenes later, well, a few chapters later, because, while she's not involved in the first part of chapter 15, the second part, yeah, she definitely is.
それどころか、全てのパラメータは完璧だわ。36時間ね。正確に言うと32時間くらいかしら。タウさんが無理やり4時間休ませたんだから。
As Katia spoke, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed from the corridor. With a yawn, Katia stepped aside to make way for a super-haired girl in pristine armor, clutching a communicator.
カーシア、ここ数日ありがとうございました。
Yep, here's Dorothy. Surprised she didn't get yeah, she's another one that doesn't get her, Heimdall dress thing, like in the base. But they went straight to her, latest exosuit. Weird. But then again, she did have this form in the quote-unquote tutorial stage, so yeah.
別にお礼なんていいわよ。分析員が無事なようにせいぜい頑張ってちょうだい。それが何よりのお礼だわ。
And just how many more Heimdall girls are gonna claim property of me? Oh, I'm sure Prickles is not gonna like that too. Well, actually, I'm gonna take a screenshot too, so give me just a moment. There we go. Katia flashed a quick smile, her gaze intently locking onto the man in the treatment pod. Without hesitation, she strode toward him.
散々苦労させられたわけだし、ちょっとご褒美をいただいても構わないわね。
I mean, your time will come soon, except that, I am actually not awake at the moment. Her words were soft, almost a whisper. Then, without warning, she leaned down and captured the adjutant's lips in a passionate, lingering kiss. Yeah, unfortunately, you're not the first one so far, so... Only half a minute later, did Katia finally pull back, satisfaction gleaming in her eyes. Fanning her flushed cheeks with one hand, Katia's eyes gaze swept over Penny's. Oh, shit. Fanning her flushed cheeks with one hand, Katia's eyes gaze swept over Fanny's wide-eyed shock, light-settled frown. Oh. Hello, Slossim. How you doing? Great stream, thank you. Thank you very much. Crap, I don't think it's... Oh yeah, I forgot. I don't have a way to view the Blaze stream chat on stream. Sorry, but yeah. But yeah, anyways, let's see here. Fanning her flushed cheeks with one hand, and Getty's gaze swept over Benny's wide-eyed shock, life's subtle frown, and Chenxing's blushing face. Yep. Happy face. Yep. Chenxing's blushing face and clenched fist. With a casual wave, she turned and strode toward the door. Yep. Dorothy and Life are jealous, and well, obviously Penny too. So, oh, I can't imagine the competition. Might get ugly, maybe. I don't know. But anyways.
まだ仕事あるから先に帰って休ませてもらうわ。それじゃ見送りは大丈夫なんで。
遅れた！許せない！よくも私の前で。
Yep, she's definitely jealous.
ファニー、後でもう一度そこを通過すればいい話だ。
もう一度って、それ、ひょっとして、私と分析員のことは全部？
チェンシン、あとは任せた。
ウェンズで話そらさないでよ。はあ、もういいわ。チェンシン、あとは頼んだわ。
As the blush faded from Chenxing's cheeks, she nodded firmly, though her gaze remained fixed on the adjutant.
ええ、前例をもって臨みます。
Yeah, please give it her all, Dorothy. But not because anyone... Oh, shh.
分析。
But not because anyone asked me to. This is something I've decided I must do for myself. Muttering his name, Chenxing took a deep breath and settled into another treatment pod. Silence hung in the room for half a minute after Chenxing linked with the spindle system. Then Benny's voice broke through.
あの作戦、ウェンズデーは本当にそれでいいの
Thinking of the adjutant's decisions a few days ago, Benny clenched her fist. After Boo Boo woke up, Brittany discovered her new clues from the data Boo Boo brought back, and she used them to reconstruct a strange matter in the spindle system. However, when the investigators sent by Tao arrived at the site where Boo Boo's survival pod was recovered, no trace of the matter was found. The evidence suggested that it might have been concealed using feng shui arts. It was then that the adjutant proposed a bold plan. Oh shit. He pinpointed the manor's real-world coordinates through a high-risk move in the spindle system, with Chenxing playing a crucial role in execution. I mean, considering it's in Shuozhou, yeah, it's not really surprising why Dorothy's involved.
彼の考えた末の決断だ。
わかってるわよ。それを支えてあげるのが私たちの仕事だってのもわかってるけど。
それでも一緒にいるのは自分じゃないから心配で悔しくて、その気持ちは私も同じだ。しかしそれに似たようなものは チェンシンにもある。
そうね。
Benny recalled the look in Chenxing's eyes. After a moment of contemplation, she sighed deeply, pulling a tube of lipstick, a gift from courage from him, from her pocket, and tightened her grip around it.
わかったわよ。もう少し我慢しようじゃない。その分作戦の時は腕を思いっきり震わせてもらうんだから。
Oh, don't worry, you will, Benny. Except, again, your beach episode part was not in the main story like some others. Yeah. With these words, Benny couldn't help but lean down to bury her face against the adjutant's chest, nuzzling him gently.
なーに、今度起きたら絶対ガブッと一口いただくわ。
Don't bite me too hard, please.
そうね。噛むならどこにしようかしら。
I really don't know. Life overhearing Fanny's soft murmur responded matter-of-factly.
私の経験上、甘噛みなら。
そんなの聞いてないわよ。それと別に教わらなくても自分でコツをつかむんだから。
My consciousness felt adrift in the endless void. I couldn't tell how long it had been before a sudden sense of warmth, coupled with a comforting fragrance, enveloped me. Then something soft, faintly moist, brushed gently across my forehead. A moment later, my lips experienced a fleeting, delicate warmth, like a butterfly alighting on a flower. I felt something similar earlier, back when my awareness floated in the void, but now, these sensations grew much clearer, far more vivid. Is someone connecting? Huh. So we're back with the old adjutant avatar frame. Yeah, it's really weird. It's really weird. Trying to regain control of my consciousness, I struggle to open my eyes. Those gentle touches vanished abruptly, as if retreating in haste. When I finally managed to pry my eyes open, I found myself facing in a bright, serene spring day. Oh crap, did I get the one? Give me just a minute. Damn it. Okay, I gotta retake that one. Okay, that's better. And I'm gonna remove that one. There we go. Okay. Let's see one. The warm sunlight bathed in an elegant antique courtyard in gold. Just inches from me was the comely face of a silver-haired girl. Thankfully, not pink hair with purple eyes and a white dress. She was a vision of purity, as flawless and graceful as snow and jade. A sunlight kissed her fair cheeks, lending her an ethereal glow. A faint flush colored her face, like tender buds breaking through winter's frost. Dorothy, Chenxing. I hadn't expected her to adapt to the exosuit so quickly, much less to initiate the connection herself.
分析、もう起きたんですね。
You've been connected for a while, haven't you? How long was I out for? Feels like I've been knocked out for like Days?
だいたい10分ってところでしょうか。
10 minutes? Holy crap. Wow. Well, wasn't that long. Damn. 10 minutes. So I've been lying in your lap this whole time. Not that I'm lying, but still.
それはいくら芝生だと言っても、分析員に地べたで寝させるわけには。
Sorry about that. I was about to take a screenshot, but there we go. Let's see here. There we go. Okay, let's see here.
それとも別のところに乗せた方が良かったのでしょうか。
Oh no, that's fine. No. I don't mind being on your lap. No, that's perfectly fine. Yeah. No. I got no complaints at all. Her voice faltered, and a mist of shyness filled her eyes, deepening the blush on her cheeks to a richer hue. She seemed momentarily flustered. A few days ago, the company library had been stocked with some rather curious books. By perchance, Chenxing had come across a few. Of her eidetic memory, she must have absorbed some unconventional knowledge. Yeah. Unconventional. Yeah. A different kind of pillow? What? I couldn't help but shift my gaze to something even more soft and pillowy right before my face. I had to admit, I hadn't been expecting this.
なんでもありません。聞こえなかったことにしてください。
Sure I did, Dorothy. Sure I did. Seeing her cheeks flush in a deeper crimson, I barely stippled a chuckle. Is that so? Alrighty then. But I have another question. While I was asleep, I felt something soft and warm on my face. Any idea what that was? Yeah, I thought so too. Well, I'll say this, it's better than reminiscing memories of the God Squad or Pine. Speaking of which, Pine's English boys who happen to voice Phantoms and names in Ego Fisto, the latest, well, not exactly latest, heretic created by the Queen. Yeah, her voice actress is coming as the guest, so yeah. Anyways, my gaze locked on hers, and her blush intensifies even further.
それは、
She fumbled for words, her eyes darting nervously. Seeing her like this, I decided to let her off the hook. Or so I thought. But just as I was about to shift the topic, Chenxing lifted her head, her gaze meeting mine, with surprising seriousness.
先ほど勝手に私が分析員の顔を触ってしまったから。
Yeah, I thought so too. What the hell? Okay, can I shift it there for a moment there? It's weird. Okay. As she spoke, she reached out, her silky hands tenderly cupping my face. Next moment, she leaned in closer, her slender arms wrapping around me in a delicate, fragrant embrace.
私は分析員と一緒に最後までたどり着きたいです。
Her silken hair brushed against my cheek as she spoke, her melodious voice reaching into my soul like so like a gentle breeze carrying a faint floral scent. I felt the earnestness of her desire to draw nearer and understood where this sense of urgency came from. But I had to say, everything you just said, that's supposed to be my line. Sometime later, once I gathered my strength, I rose from her lap and began explaining the peculiarities of this world.
ブブが最後にたどり着いたのはここなのでしょうか。そういえば間取りに見覚えがあるような。おそらく昔はジケの資産だったのでしょう。
I mean, that's why you're brought in here for, Dorothy. Possibly, but anyone from the G family who might have known about this place, they're long gone, aren't they? And technically speaking, Booba never set foot here. She only happened to gather its digital data by chance. When the company searched the area and where Booba was recovered, they couldn't find any trace of this matter.
なるほど。現実世界でこの屋敷を見つけるために、一旦こちらを調べて手がかりをつかもうと。
Something like that. Once you reach a certain point, I'll fill you in on what we're here for.
わかりました。
As the girl nodded obediently, I turned my gaze to our surroundings. Do you sense anything unusual about this place?
不思議な感じ。言われてみれば確かに。なんとなく昔からよく知っているような。やはり変です。見覚えというより何かしらの連結を感じます。この庭を操れるような。
Her expression turned uncertain. Slowly she stretched out her hand as if reaching for something invisible drifting in the air. You're not imagining all this. Although most of this world is built from the bizarre data we retrieve, it's ultimately shaped by your consciousness. Your thoughts, your mind, they can't directly influence this place. As I explained, a memory of my earlier explorations with Ichigo flashed through my mind. In one instance, we had barely stepped into a similar courtyard before an army of vegetable soldiers and armed map problems ambushed us. It was quite a chaotic battle. Oh, yeah, that's right. That garden defense thing that happened with Ichigo, that was a rerun before that was over. Right. I mean, I knew it happened, I just never really bothered that, so yeah. But the map problems, I don't think I had the encounter with that, so yeah, weird. Halfway through, she let out an annoyed roar. Then a squad of marching hamburger patties Halfway through, she let out an annoyed roar. Then a squad of marching hamburger patties charged to back us up. Shaking off this hilariously absurd yet unforgettable memory, I returned to my focus to Chenxing. In this world, you can't do things that are considered impossible elsewhere. All you have to do is make the impossible possible.
できないこと。
Here, you're not bound by science, logic, or rules. Essentially, let your imagination run wild. Before we move on, you need to learn how to harness and wield that power. Every exploration I'd done here with the other girls, except Yao, had begun this way. I'm eager to see what kind of power your wild imagination will bring to life, and how it'll help us break through in this world. Chenxing didn't hesitate for long. Her eyes moved slowly across the courtyard, and then something seemed to click. One friend of hers stood the first barrier she needed to overcome using her power.
そういえば分析員は作州に伝わる風水の術が気になっていたのでしたっけ？
Yeah. A playful smile lit her face as her bright, clear eyes met mine, tugging at my heartstrings. In that moment, I glimpsed a flicker of childlike innocence beneath her reserved exterior. Then please, show me what your feng shui skills can do. And show me you could be as much of a goddess of victory like Dorothy. The next moment, a faint breeze picked up around us. Branches swayed softly. Sunlight rippled through the air. It felt as though an unseen force stirred near her sleeves, coalescing into her outstretched hand. With a graceful motion, she pointed ahead, and the path before us unfolded as though touched by magic. Falling leaves, waterside pavilion, and a winding bridge. An exquisitely serene scene appeared, as if drawn from a pleasant dream. Standing on the bridge amid swirling leaves, Chenxing turned her gaze my way. That's incredibly fitting for you. I gazed at her intently. Framed against the quaint courtyard, she glowed with her ethereal elegance. Her expression had excitement, a touch of anticipation, and an unworldly grace. She looked for all the world like a celestial maiden descended from the heavens. Oh great, she is channeling her inner Dorothy. Yep, okay. Vision. Oh yeah, that's right too. So since that Cerulean Getaway update started with the starting chapters 14 part 2, and Researcher's Journey is the starting point and pretty much cut off the first good bit into the legacy stuff. Yeah, the levels got reset too, so we're back to pissant difficulty. I don't know why it's on the left, so all right.
満を持して行ってきます。これらの武器、スピンドルの再現機能によって生み出されたのは一部だけです。それ以外は私たちが進むのを阻むためにあのデータが生み出したものなのでしょう。分析員の進む道は私が切り開きます。
Why, you just did that already. Granted,
これで優位に立てます。
This is the maxed out Chenxing here, so
戦車万戦、恐れるほどではありません。大吉、この先にも仕掛けがある。通り抜けるには何か別の手を考えないと。私がこの世界に干渉できるというのならこれでどうでしょう。
Huh. Caw. Nope. And it's over.
ご褒美、もっと近づいてもらえないでしょうか。
Okay, Dorothy. Yeah, again, I still don't know what he put, to try out Dorothy on the far left. Even though it's
弓を引いたからには。分析員、私、できました。これが、思うがままの力。なんて不思議な感じ。こんなものまで作り出せるとは。
Yeah, good job, Dorothy.
これで優位に立てます。百射百中。油断禁物です。すぐに終わります。恐れるほどではありません。大吉。止められないなら私に任せて。
Okay, since we're pouring,
準備完了。終わらせる。私たちを阻める者はいないな、分析員。
Next cutscene. Seems like we made a good time getting here. The journey so far had been surprisingly smooth. Unlike Icho's Vegetable Legion or Moxer's secret agent Mice Squad, the enemies in Chenxing's world felt grounded in reason. The real challenges came from the intricate traps and mechanisms scattered along the way. Oh yeah, I think there was a story event with Moxer about that, which again is not in the main story itself, or so yeah, I may have missed that. Even so, thanks to the spiritual constructs Chenxing created with her wild imagination, we breezed through the corridor and opened a path into the manor. The Jade Ring, turned bird, is surprisingly helpful.
もし現実でもこの力が使えるのなら、どれだけいいことでしょうか。
Yeah, if only. Chenxing exuded an air of excitement as she reached out her hand, seemingly hoping to catch the colorful little bird fluttering beside her. But the next moment, her expression sharpened and her body tensed. She drew her bowstring taut, focusing it warily on the bridge ahead.
分析、来ます。
The hell? What had been an empty scene moments ago began filling with blurry figures, appearing as though conjured from thin air. My fingers instinctively brushed the trigger, ready to fire. So far, every enemy we encountered here had spawned out of nowhere, much like mobs in a video game. Okay, sorry, but anyways. But the scene that followed made me and Chenxing pause.
いや、あれは。
Like ordinary civilians. Squinting, I attentively studied the figures that continued to appear. They weren't armored soldiers, nor did they show signs of Taijin corrosion. Instead, they looked like everyday townsfolk. Stranger still, many carried wooden stools over their shoulders, while others scattered flower petals along either side of the bridge. What the hell are they doing? The surreal scene stalled my thoughts. At first, I assumed they intended to use the stools as makeshift weapons, but the way they gleefully tossed petals and the overall festive vibe left me utterly perplexed. Then, without warning, one of them raised an arm and flung several string-like objects at us, landing just inches away from our feet. Startled, I reflexively pulled Chenxing, still in daze, back a few steps. An instant later, a flurry of sharp crackles rang out. A string of firecrackers burst into life on the ground, spraying red paper scraps like confetti and scattering flower petals into the air. Could this be?
分析員はもう気づきましたか？
I turned to Chenxing. She appeared to have shaken off her stupor, gazing back at me with solemnity. Though a hint of nervous anticipation lingered in her eyes. I think so. I nodded slightly, holding her gaze with earnestness and careful deliberation. If not mistaken, this must be a Shuozhou exorcism rite.
やはり分析員と私は心が通じ、全然違います。
You sure about that? Her initially coy tone suddenly shifted as her voice rose sharply. What's so not right about it?
何もかもです。これは
Yes. Go on. What is it, Dorothy? Chenxing's bluster gestures and a deepening blush of her face struck me as inexplicably amusing. Despite the absurdity of it all, I stayed alert, watching those strange shadowy figures from the corner of my eye. Then their next words cleared everything up, and made me realize just how far off my guess had been.
神父様、神郎様。
Lord? Lady? Are they talking to us?
私たちの他に誰かいるように見えましたか？
Uh-huh. The girl bit her rosy lip as she suppressed her shy gaze, but a slight look of resentment escaped from within. Her words hit home, and a realization dawned on me. This whole scene is coming from your thoughts.
やめてください。分析員、もうそれ以上は。
Well, again, it could be much worse. So, this isn't too bad, all things considered. Chenxing gazed at me with pleading eyes, her face flushed a deep crimson. Seeing her so overwhelmed, I couldn't help but worry that she might faint. Meanwhile, the shadow figures edged closer, and their lead group even started chanting in high-pitched, theatrical voices.
神郎様、神父様、ご成約おめでとうございます。
若いお二人に末永く幸多からんこと。
初めての義実家ってことで、神郎様には橋を渡ってもらわなくちゃね。ささ、神郎神父様に橋を架けて差し上げましょう。橋を架けなさい。
With rhythmic chanting, they started stacking stools in front of us, fashioning a makeshift bridge. You sure that's stable? I don't think that's safe. It's like walking on thin ice as a makeshift bridge. Cloud Bridge. That's quite an intriguing name. Is it a traditional Shuozhou custom? What's the story behind it? I turned to Chenxing and noticed a blush creeping down her poor cerulean neck. Oh shit. The once composed young woman now stood sheepishly before me, her usual poise replaced by a delicate, unguarded shyness that was utterly captivating.
確かに今はまだわからないのかもしれませんが。
Oh no, I completely figured it out by now. I have a rough idea, but for the finer details, I'll need my dear lady to enlighten me.
花嫁。
Yes? After a moment of flustered silence, Chenxing took a deep breath, steadying her gaze as she spoke, enunciating each word with sincerity.
朔州の伝統的な習わしで、お相手と誓約を交わした後、 神父が最初の実家帰りの際に行われる儀式です。橋を渡れば誓約は結ばれ、永遠に二人は離れはしない。
After that, Chenxing lightly pushed off the ground. In an instant, she landed gracefully atop the high stool on the makeshift bridge. Balancing perfectly, she extended her hand toward me. From below, I gazed into her eyes, noting the misty shyness that seemed ready to spill over at any second. Yet her expression remained calm and resolute.
さあ、新郎様、お乗りくださいませ。
Under the crowd's expectant gazes, I chose not to take Chenxing's hand. Instead, I stepped onto the nearby railing and vaulted onto the stool beside hers. As I landed, I feigned a wobble, swaying precariously. Startled, Chenxing had barely had time to register disappointment before frantically reaching out to steady me. But before she could grab hold, I righted myself and used the opportunity to sweep her into my arms. With her snug in my embrace, I gently clasped her soft, delicate hand. We need to make sure we walk steadily in such an important ceremony, right?
分析もうからかうのは控えてください。
Hey, Zhu. Who says I was teasing you? Her voice was a hushed whisper, muffled by my chest, as she buried her face against me. Once she had composed herself, I took her hand and led her steadily across the cloud bridge. About halfway across, Chenxing turned to me, as if she could no longer keep her thoughts to herself.
分析
Yeah?
ここから出た後
I'll do it. Whatever you want. Expecting her request, I responded without the slightest hesitation. Just do it bluntly.
え
Not exactly a response I would get out of her, but, okay. I'm not too sure. I would not expect Chenxing to say right there. Yeah, I'm not too sure what the translator or localizer was doing, so. But then again, I suppose it could be much worse because you could have, let's see here, there's Shinku, who got released, which I happened to get, weirdly enough. One of her outfits from the 999 Nights is called Normie Village or something like that. I can't remember what it was, so I was like, who named this? Who localized this name? It's like they need to be fired or something like that. Alright. Anyways, I'm almost rambling for an hour right there.
でも
What is it?
なんだか分析員はもう慣れているようですから、こんな約束をするのは何回目のことだろうかとつい。
More or less. Chenxing pursed her lips, her gaze tinged with emotions I couldn't quite decipher. I found myself momentarily at a loss of words. After 17 romantic nights, here I was making a promise for the 18th time within the spindle system. It was no shock that someone as perceptive as her had caught on. Still, some truths are better left unspoken. Setting my face into a mock stern expression, I deflected. What's this, milady? Are you questioning your dear lord?
いいえ、めっそうもありません。
Yeah, you sure about that?
ただ、自分は遅れをとっているような気が。
Bemused and amused, I gently squeezed her hand. If this is what you call far behind, then what would in the lead look like?
それはもちろん。
Her words cut off abruptly. By then we had reached the end of the cloud bridge.
イチャイチャは後にしましょう。さあ、もう本番ですよ。
The shadowy figures greeted us at the bridge end. One of them brought forth a golden goblet, placing it on top of the highest stool.
組み交わしの儀です。今後何が起きてもお二人で力を合わせて生きていくという意味でしてね。これを済ませばお二人には苦楽を分かち合ってもらいますよ。
さあ、チェンシンさん、どうぞお召し上がれ。
Chenxing glanced at me, her reluctance evident as she released my hand. With a graceful leap, she rose toward the goblet. Her billowing sleeves danced like clouds as her form traced an elegant arc through the air. With a deft swirl, she plucked the goblet from its perch. So, how exactly do we do this? I asked out of genuine curiosity as Chenxing landed softly before me. She held the goblet by its handle between her teeth, her shimmering gaze fixed on me. A deep blush painted her cheeks, so vivid it seems as though she were already intoxicated. Well, I don't think she or Dorothy would be drinking, otherwise, well, we don't know who to thank. Before I could figure out how she'd take her sip, Chenxing suddenly tilted her. Oh shit! Before I could figure out how she'd take her sip, Chenxing suddenly tilted her head, downing the goblet's contents in one smooth motion. Then, without warning, her soft, sweet lips captured mine. After what felt like an eternity, a faint, fragrant whisper escaped her slight parted lips.
これで取り戻しました。
Well, that's more like it, so... She stood her ground, her gaze as serene and captivating as autumn's mirrored lakes. A cascade of emotions stirred within me, setting ripples through my very soul. It was only then that the air, sound, and light around us began to flow again, as if the entire world had been holding its breath when her kiss touched my lips. Silvery laughter drifted to my ears as the figures on either side of the bridge marched gracefully into the distance, their voices stretching out like a melody.
新郎新婦様をお迎えに参上します。
Taking Chenxing's hand once more, I turned to the view beyond the cloud bridge, a waterfall cascading over an artificial rockery, its waters pooling into a misty basin beneath the pavilion bridge. Let's see what other surprises they have left in store for us. Chenxing nodded quietly, biting her crimson lips, but after taking a few steps forward, we must have triggered some hidden mechanism. Everything before us suddenly transformed. Chenxing reacted instantly, drawing her bow and losing an arrow in fluid motion. The arrow struck true, pinning a shadowy figure to the ground just as it twisted to lunge at us. The other shadowy figures who had moments earlier been celebrating turned in eerie unison. Their blank stares locked onto us. And in an instant, their forms grotesquely expanded, morphing into a monstrous shapes such as demiurges and Titan corrupted abominations. Oh shit. Huh. About time. The abrupt transformation was jarring, but I'd seen similar twists countless times in this data file simulation. It was a result of a hidden corruption.
分析、こちらです。
I'm coming. After firing a clean shot to take down one of the change, I turned to Chenxing. She perched gracefully onto the bridge railing, signaling for us to break through from the side. Moments later, we found ourselves crammed into a tight, confined space. Chenxing straddling on my lap as our eyes locked. In a dim light filtering through the cracks of the cabinet door, her fair skin appeared flawless, like the finest porcelain. Pressing a delicate finger against my lips, she leaned back against the cabinet, straining to catch any movement outside. Let me take a look. I spoke quietly as I leaned forward slightly, trying to get a better view of the situation outside. However, in this cramped space, adjusting my position inevitably led to some unintentional contact with Chenxing.
一体何？ Caught off guard, Chenxing lost her balance as I shifted and found myself unexpectedly pressed against her, a soft, ample... Yeah. Our adjutant selves in Dorothy's boobs. I'll let that sink in. Nah, I don't think screen. Yeah, I'm not gonna screen cap that. But anyways, realizing she let out a sound, Chenxing quietly biting her lips, silencing herself. Outside, heavy footsteps grew louder, as though drawn by the noise. The overlapping rhythm only emphasized the sheer number of enemies. Confronting them head-on would undoubtedly be a great mistake. Inside the cabinet, the silence grew suffocating. Our breaths and heartbeats blended together, their rhythms indistinguishable. I could clearly feel the gentle trembling of her soft body in my arms, her warmth, her subtle fragrance. Only after what felt like an eternity, but just get fade. Yeah, I think this is where... Yeah, this is starting where things get pretty suggestive. Yeah. 分析。
Her trembling voice... Uh-oh. And my camera is dead. Oof. I'm gonna have to... Just a moment. Okay, yeah, I'm definitely gonna replace the camera because it cannot sustain the high temperature, and I don't think it helps that yeah, it's 32 degrees out there, well, Celsius. Alright, anyways, her trembling voice was like a delicate kitten scratching at my heart. Overwhelmed by tension, she clasped her arms tightly around my neck. Yeah?
もう去っていきましたから。
Her words ended on a shaky note.
そろそろ離れてくれても嫌というわけでは。でもこんな状況では。
As much as to say, why not? Yeah, not exactly at the best time, yeah. Her shy plea was irresistibly endearing, still. Okay. Okay. Just get off me. Get off me.
分析員くすぐったいです。
Her soft whimper sounded like a plea for mercy, stirring a sense of tender pity and affection within me. Having her like this, I had no choice but to gently remind her of the truth. I get it, but if you want me to get up, you have to let go first. Yeah, Dorothy, I can't get up while you're still you're still wrapping your arms around me while my face is in your boobs. Even knowing how mortified my words might leave her, I can hold them back. Her eyes widened in shock, as if struck by a sudden realization. She flusteredly withdrew her arms, releasing me. Almost smothered. Catching my breath, I met her piteous gaze. The crestfallen look in her eyes made me swallow the rest of my words.
ごめんなさい。わざとでは。
Oh, no, that's fine. No, that's perfectly fine. Yeah, no. That's fine. That's totally fine. There's no need to apologize. Yeah, no. Oh, I completely get it. I fully understand. Yeah. I understood what just happened was far too spicy for Chenxing, so I softened my tone, hoping to soothe her. Yeah, too spicy, you don't say. You don't say, game! You don't say! Just don't overthink it. You'll get used to it next time.
今度
Well, you said you didn't hate it, and a better time, you might...
分析員がお望みならば、私は構いませんか?
Her shy confession caught me off guard. Instinctively, I reached out and ruffled her hair. Message received. But for now, we need to keep moving, and we need to move our asses right now.
はい。
As we pushed open the cabinet door and got to our feet, Chenxing hesitated.
分析員
Yeah. What is it?
もしこの後ずっと今の規模の敵が続いてしまうのなら、少々厄介なのかと。
I heard the frustration in her voice and saw the concern in her gaze. Mingled with determination, reaching out, I gently tucked a stray lock of her hair behind her ear. It's going to be more than just a problem. But don't worry about it. Remember what I said earlier? This world is largely shaped by your consciousness, which means your thoughts hold the power to alter its very fabric. This matter marks the midpoint of our journey. The influx of monsters just now occurred because of the influence of what's hidden in the depths is growing stronger. But on the flip side, your control over this world is growing stronger too. Now that we've made it this far, you might be able to interact with or even reshape it.
世界を変える
For a moment, Chenxing seemed lost in thought. Then, with newfound clarity, she turned her gaze toward the landscape ahead. At the next instant, as if responding to her will, the aura of the entire world shifted. The mountains living in the distance dissolved, vanishing without a trace.
こんなのでいいんでしょうか
Exactly like this. Alright, so... Oh yeah, we got a stretch filled with stages, so... 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 3 cutscenes. Okay, well... Well, the stages aren't gonna take long, that's for sure, but the cutscenes though... Yeah. his life, so adventure. Alright.
満を持して行ってきます。分析員、今しっかりと感じ取れました。私たちを阻んでいるように何か別の力もこの世界に干渉をかけています。目標達成、演習通りです。恐れるほどではありません。戦車万戦。この前分析員は言いましたよね。私の意志もこの世界を変えられると。あれの力の影響を打ち消してみます。てーてれー、時代を超える美少女登場。あなた、こいつら全員ビジョン島送りにしよう。また変化が。じゃあとりあえずあなたとデュオで1回ね。
Yeah, I saw that. Okay, so now we. Yeah,
満を持して行ってきます。
Beginnings in the manor.
キャッシャ着中。わらわに任せ。やっ。あのデータの力は今も増え続けています。分析員、裏の方から行きましょう。戦も飽き、ウォーミングアップは十分よ。さて、次の目標を聞かせてくれないかしら。肩慣らしにはちょうどよかったわ。
Okay.
干渉の力でこの世界を作り変えられるようになるまであともう少しです。それ。自分の力とせめぎ合っているのを気づかれたようです。制限を取り払うためにはあれを倒さないと。
Yeah, I think this is where it gets okay. Yeah, let's say it gets
少
trippy.
年はどんな財も見逃す。期待通りだったでしょ。
No, you didn't disappoint at all. Then again, this is the restart of the beginning stages. So... Speaking of
弓を引いたからには。分析員、準備は整いました。分析員、今から干渉の力で一部の場所を作り変えられるようになりました。まだいくつかの制限があるようですが、一部の障害物を通り抜けるくらいならできると思います。あれが生み出した敵からも避けられるようになったはずです。私ビリビリビリ。やっ、続けてトリピア先生は絶好調だ。
What else?
怖くないも強烈 100%。 落雷いくよ。
not when I'm just passing through.
無理をするな。
Oh, okay, one.
交渉なら手合わせしてほしい。
Alright, so play one more stage and we gotta go through 3 cutscenes. Bye. I'm not gonna use mirroring. Alright.
満を持して行ってきます。足手まといなんてごめんよ。恐れるほどではありません。
Alright. Go on.
油断禁物です。分析員、私の力が邪魔されているようです。でもあれに作り出された場所を利用して何回も切り替えればここを通過できるはずです。でも恐れるほどではありません。百射百中。
成瀬春、出撃可能です。内向よ、天を貫け。 助かる。ちょうど切らしてた。訓練で習ったことがあるからな。
分析員、私の力が弱くなってきているようです。一体この下には何が隠されているのでしょう。
Well, that was very short.
ご褒美、もっと近づいてもらえないでしょうか。
Okay, Dorothy. Alright, and we get to do a slew of cutscenes, so... Okay, buckle up everybody. Before long, Chenxing and I navigated the Manor's labyrinth and arrived at the peculiar laboratory tuned deep below.
地上にある屋敷はただの見せかけだったのですか。分析員の暴きたい秘密が隠されているのはこの実験室の中でしょうか。
Yeah. Theta spared no effort to keep this place operational. To protect its secret, she even gave up awakening dust. During her dealings with Roseanne, it seems she uncovered something even more dangerous. The inspection team Tao sent in reality. Oh shit. The inspection team Tao sent in reality scoured every inch of the area but couldn't locate this manor. Even this simulated construct, reaching the lab would have been nearly impossible without your unique abilities. Had Bubu not stumbled upon the hidden depths of the mine and uncovered this lead, we'd likely still be chasing the red herring of awakening dust. And of course, Bubu hadn't run me out. Thank goodness Bubu didn't rat me out to a ranger smith. Otherwise, Bubu's in big trouble. Because he should know I'm smarter than the average bear. Okay, I'll stop with the Yogi Bear jokes. This is just one time, since we're not dealing with Boo-Boo, so... We're not gonna be dealing with Boo until... Well, actually, she does appear in the next chapter, but only a cameo, but she's not gonna get directly involved until much later. Anyways, thanks to Chenxing's abilities, we had reached the lab without a moment's delay. Our previous attempts with others has always fallen short. No matter how close we came, The final link remained elusive. It wasn't the lack of strength that held us back. The challenge lay in maintaining the stability of this constructed world. The closer we approached its core mysteries, the more likely a catastrophic collapses would occur.
一体彼女は何を企んでいるのでしょうか?
I'm not entirely sure just yet. The data files constructing this world had undergone countless self-iterations, evolving autonomously beyond the limits of the spindle system. Through repeated explorations, the information we gather allowed Fridia to identify a disturbing anomaly buried deep within the data. What? Ah, shit, my camera's off again. Ugh. Crap. Okay, just give me a moment. Uh-oh. Work camera. Okay, okay, I'm gonna have to try a bit of lighting here. Let's see, let me see something here. Nope, too dark. Okay. A little dark. Alright, see a bit of... It's still sunny up because... I mean, thankfully it's summer, so let's see here. 9:35 Central Time, in case anyone's wondering. But, yeah. I think we're gonna go with this lighting for the time being. Oof. Oh, if my camera decides to shut off for tomorrow's stream, that's definitely even going to be an issue. Oof. Especially then I'm playing Halo Valak, so... let's see here. At the heart of the files was a pulsating cluster of data growing uncontrollably like a malignant tumor, seemingly incubating something unspeakably dangerous. Its existence defied explanation by conventional science, or perhaps more accurately, it transcended the boundaries of current scientific understanding. Even more unsettling, its data patterns bore an uncanny resemblance to the fluctuations Fridia had observed about Hala. How Theta managed to engineer such an abomination, or the full extent of the horrors it concealed, was beyond me. But one thing was clear. We had to dismantle it, disrupt it, and put an end to whatever had been set into motion here.
この辺りから警備が厳重になってきたようです。
As we neared the heart of the lab's secret, neither of us dared to act rashly. The lab was heavily fortified, with patrols everywhere and hidden turrets guarding key passageways.
分析員、どうやら私の力がこの辺りでは効かないようです。
Chenxing instinctively tried to reshape the environment as before, but no matter how hard she focused, the extraordinary changes from earlier wouldn't manifest. That's to be expected. The earlier areas were largely shaped by your consciousness. Here, however, is the core structure of the data. From this point forward, your mental influence will have little to no effect. Still, there are plenty of tools at our disposal to help push through. I gestured toward the conveyor belt overhead, transporting supplies across the facilities. Data's lifeline for delivering resources might just double as shield against turrets, or even tools to dismantle them entirely. As I spoke, my gaze flicked to my HUD, where Chenxing's vitals and stats glowed on the display. The journey through the courtyard had already taken its toll on her mind. This pressure only multiplied with several-fold once we entered the lab. Although Chenxing silently bore it all, I could tell she was barely holding it together. Chenxing, this may be a rehearsal, but it's likely our only shot.
わかりました。
And you're the only one who can take this rehearsal to its fullest potential. This laboratory exists in the physical world as well.
ええ。
Chenxing gave us all a nod. Now, let's do this. Let's do this. Let me see something from me here. Oh, that's too dark. Okay, I think this is about as bright as you can get, so... I know the lighting's a bit dark, but really, the camera's not taking heat pretty well, so... Yeah, definitely new cameras in the works, so... Anyways, roughly 20 minutes later, Chenxing and I broke through the lab's defenses, finally reaching the innermost corridor. Need a rest?
大丈夫です。フリティア先生のおかげで、せっかくこの新しい戦術装備を入手したので。
It's not just the exosuit. I don't think anyone else could have made it this far. I gazed at Chenxing with a profound admiration. Memorizing the lab's layout, she had mentally simulated countless combat scenarios. Using her hyperthymesia. Our perfect playthrough was a direct result of her tireless mental preparation. Well, I guess I should have read that part. Standing here now, I felt an overwhelming premonition. Whatever secret this lab concealed was almost within reach. Even though I braced myself for the worst, the sight at the far end of the laboratory's hallway still caught me off guard. Is that?
あれは、素描でしょうか?
Chenxing's follow up on my observation, her voice laced with astonishment. What kind of shrine is that?
作州には先祖様をまつわる習わしがあります。素描とは一族の先祖たちのお位牌を預けて礼拝を行う場所です。でもあそこにはお位牌があるように見えませんが。
No one could have predicted that hidden beneath the guise of a manor and the depths of a laboratory lay a structure so steep in a non-secular symbolism. Exchanging a glance, Chenxing and I steeled ourselves once more. Are you ready?
ええ。
Chenxing knocked the silvery arrow onto their bowstring, her icy composure gleaming like a crescent moon. As Chenxing trained her aim on the shrine entrance, I positioned myself behind her and pushed the gate open, practically encircling her with my arms, within my arms. The moment it creaked ajar, I rolled off to the side, crouching for cover and preparing to provide support fire. But Chenxing's taut bowstring froze, her gaze locked in disbelief. Following her line of sight, my mind reeled at what I saw. These people. Huh? This is beyond anything I could have imagined. Who would have guessed that behind all the tireless scientific efforts lay theology Theology. Theology. Nope. So this is your grand project. Your surprise for us, Theta. Is this what turned baiting into such a wretched place? Are these people victims of the faith you fabricated for them? It's entirely possible she became a false prophet. I forced the words out through clenched teeth, then drew a steady breath as I focused on the scene before us. At the center of the shrine, shrouded in a haze of incense smoke, loomed a towering idol. Around it, countless figures in uniform, robes knelt, bowing and praying with unwavering devotion. The air was thick with Taijins, so concentrated it had nearly solidified into a mist bleeding with this swirling incense smoke. Under normal circumstances, such a high density of Taijin would have been fatal to humans. Yet here, it flooded around the idol peacefully, leaving the worshippers untouched. Are these people even alive? I'd embraced myself for something surreal, but a fresh wave of unease surged through me at the sight. To others, it might have appeared as a majestic religious ceremony, but to my eyes, it felt more like a mass funeral, a living offering to their own graves. Yeah, it seems that way. I got no words to describe it.
分析。あの石像の見た目。
Chenxing's voice trembled. Like a tree? I finished her thought. The massive idol bore a resemblance to the trunk of a giant tree, with the swirling taijin forming sprawling branches that seemed to glow endlessly. But the tree in Shuozhou wasn't supposed to be here. Certainly not under Theta's control. Which meant...
シータはこの屋敷の中に木を作り出した。
I'm afraid so. So, this is the ultimate truth. No wonder the anomaly within the data file mirrored Valhalla's patterns. I'll be damned. I'll be damned indeed.
でも、どうしてそんなことを？とても正気の沙汰とは思えません。
Yes. More insane than your other character, Chenxing. I understand her horror. The tree's existence was shrouded in a profound mystery. Even a fraction of their power had wreaked havoc across the world. And now, Theta dared to delve even deeper? Those who pursue immortality always seem to eventually lose themselves to madness. She wasn't the first such one I had seen. In years, Omega tried to forge an eternal empire. In New Hintiro, Pi attempted to steal eternity from the Tower of Babel. And now, here in Shuozhou, in the hidden recesses of baiting, they had pried open Pandora's box. Yeah, and we still don't know what the other two members of Shuozhou are doing too, so... Actually, I don't even know if they're gonna get to them at this point. Yeah, weird. She had nearly replicated the tree, perhaps it lacked the power of the original. Perhaps it was a mere imitation, but it stood as undeniable proof of her unrelenting ambition. And then there was Tao. What role did she plan to play in all this? Yes, she and I were partners in dismantling the pursuit of immortality, but back at the very beginning of it all... Yep, Ida.
分析員
Chenxing's urgent cry wrenched me from my thoughts. At the moment, the kneeling figures around the tree rose in unison. Their movements were unnervingly smooth, their hollow, ghostly face turned toward us. Eyes like smoldering ghost-like locked onto Chenxing and me, sinister smiles curling on their lips. The sight chilled me to the bone. Yet beneath the initial tension, the realization dawned. Raise a hand to stop Chenxing from releasing her arrow. Wait. Oh, I think they're doing something. Yeah, wait. Look at their eyes. Look at their eyes for a moment there.
後ろを見ている。
Following their gaze, Chenxing and I turned toward the gate. They're silent as a wraith, stood a faintly discernible figure.
シータ。
Ah, great. And she has a robotic leg too. Seemingly oblivious to our presence, the figure glided toward the shrine's heart, ascending the dais encircled by the congregation.
シータ様、お待ちしておりました。
例の件はどうなった？
儀式は準備万端です。シータ様のご指示さえあればすぐにでも。
よくやった。これより申告は扉を開き、あなたたちを迎え入れてくれることだろう。
They just spoke with a gentle, almost compassionate smile.
さて、飛翔の儀式を始めよう。今こそ救いようのない俗世界から解き放たれるがいい。苦痛と汚れに満ちた現実を捨て、深刻で極楽を享受したまえ。
はっ、シータ様のご恩は永遠に忘れません。諸君よ、粛清をあげよ。謁見の時が来た。今こそ秦国へ帰り、天命を授かろうではないか。
I felt a blood-curdling absurdity in the air. Moments later, a fervent chorus erupted.
永遠の世界へ共に帰らん。共に帰らん。共に帰らん。
The chant surged, voices crashing like waves against the shore, building to an overwhelming crescendo. Then, abruptly, all fell silent. In that suffocating stillness, Chenxing and I witnessed the unimaginable. One by one, the devotees' bodies crumbled like fragile ash, disintegrating into the air. Yeah, great. They turned themselves to ash. Oh, excuse me. Even their leader succumbed, her form dissolving into Titagen, dispersing like smoke into the shrine's haze. My earlier premonitions solidified into chilling reality. This was no ceremony for the living. These devotees had ceased to be human long ago. The Titagen had devoured them entirely, reducing their existence to nothing more than fuel for the tree. So, in other words, they gave their lives. They sold their lives to the tree. Yeah. I mean, not surprising considering the earlier chapters, so... yeah. And it was too late for us to stop it.
今のは昔に実際起きた出来事でしょうか。
Chenxing had already come to her senses, her eyes shimmering.
まさかこの木はもう。
No, we still have time. According to Fridia's projections, the data's growth pattern hasn't reached its apex yet. That means the tree hasn't fully matured. If we track it down this right now, we still had a chance of stopping all of this. That was precisely why I come, to uncover the hidden truth. Before I could explain further, however, Data suddenly turned her gaze upon us. Her benevolent mask shattered into glacial hostility, her piercing eyes gleaming with cold, deadly intent. For a moment, it felt as if the past had come alive. Yet I knew this was just a replay of a long-gone events.
タウンの飼いならしたネズミどもよ。よくここまでたどり着いた。自らの信念を放り捨ててから、今度は我々を根絶やしか。
Yeah, why do you think I'm here in the first place?
こんな奴をよこしてくるとは、私も舐められたもんだ。
Of a cold sneer, she left the now empty shrine.
さっき彼女が言ったのは
Boo boo. This must have been the moment she was noticed by the enemy. The pieces clicked into place. This was why Boo Boo had been the sole casualty among Tao's inspection team. While gathering data on the outskirts, she must have intercepted a unique signal emanating from this place by accident. It triggered some sort of resonance that exposed her to this secret. What exactly is Data trying to do with this tree she's built from all the devotion she gathered? Whatever it is, we'll find out soon enough. No sooner had finished oh crap. No sooner had I finished than the lights cut out. An oppressive darkness felt like an impenetrable curtain swallowing the shrine whole.
分析
Chenxing managed only a single cry before silencing herself, her posture taut with vigilance as her sharp gaze swept the area. From the suffocating blackness came low, guttural breathing, hinting that some monstrous creatures were closing in from all sides. With a subtle flick of her sleeve, a faint, soothing fragrance enveloped me, easing the tension in my chest. That the darkness was our enemy. Chenxing reigned supreme within it. As light in her eyes illuminated all. But before the shrine had plunged into shadow, her memory had already captured every detail of our surroundings. In a heartbeat, her delicate hand found my wrist and it instinctively followed hers as we broke into a sprint. 2 targets, 9 o'clock. Even as shadows obscured my vision, I sensed the shifting flow of Titangen around us. The ambushers, no matter how stealthy, disturbed the currents of Titangen with their movements, giving way their positions like ripples on still water. So, I don't know words. Seeing is disbelieving. Your eyes deceive you. Very much use your ears instead of your eyes. Because we're basically blind. Unfortunately, my senses aren't that great, so in real life, so can't exactly use my ears. I don't have sharp senses, so. In the next instance, two slivers of the silver light sliced through the darkness. Chenxing's arrows both found their marks, piercing through the skulls of unseen assailants before they could close in. Standing guard at Chenxing's side, I tracked the remaining threats, fending them off to give her windows for precision strikes. Together, we secured enough time for Chenxing to lead us to her chosen spot. A dead end backed by a solid wall, eliminating threats from behind.
ここから私が分析員の武器になります
With those words, Chenxing leaned into my arms, her slender frame pressing softly. Chenxing leaned into my arms, her slender frame pressing softly against my chest. Understanding her intent immediately, I held her closer, her subtle fragrance enveloping me as I steadied her arms with both hands. Guided by my grip, she drew the bowstring taut. Arrows after arrow whistled into the gloom, each striking with lethal precision. Though she fought alone, her relentless barrage resembled the combined fire of an entire battalion. This was no mortal feat. It was like an ethereal dance of divine archery. So divine makes Hanzo from Overwatch blush. Minutes later, silence reclaimed the shrine. The rhythmic cadence of our breaths and heartbeats was all that remained. The enemies had all been quelled. As light gradually seeped back into the scene, the scattered remains of the monsters began dissolving to Taijin, dissipating into the air like smoke. While we stood before the strange, otherworldly tree. I'll take it from here. Chenxing stood silently by my side, her head bowed. In the meantime, I extended a hand toward the tree's trunk. As if sensing my intent or reacting to the perceived threat, the Taijin clinging to the tree convulsed, trembling as though alive. A deluge of chaotic information surged toward me. Among the information torrents, maddening fragmented whispers of and half-formed truths of the faith clouded at my mind. For a moment, I faltered under the storm of chaos, but I quickly steadied myself, pressing onward as my hand reached forward. Yet before my hand could finally close the distance, Chenxing suddenly stepped between me and the tree, preventing me from further interaction. I looked at her confusion. Before I could process the moment, she took a step closer. Rising on her toes, she kissed me, first on the cheek, then softly on my lips. Dorothy, you do realize I'm wide awake now, don't you? As our lips parted, I suppressed the swirl of emotions within me. Her pale cheeks were once again tinged with a faint blush, her shimmering eyes awash with an ethereal mist. I saw a look of determination on her face. I wanted to say something, but she sensed my question and responded without hesitation.
分析員にこの木を触らせては。分析員ももうわかると思いますが、この木はこれまでのとは別物です。
You're right. It's weaker compared to the real one, isn't it? I forced a smile, hoping to lighten the mood. To my surprise, the attempt only seemed to unsettle her further. Ah, damn, there goes my trick.
分析員、こんな時に冗談は控えてください。
She gripped my hand tightly, her gaze more resolute than ever. Slowly, her slender fingers interlocked with mine, clasping them together as if to anchor me.
そろそろ教えてくれませんか？一体何をするつもりなのでしょうか？
Tao and I devised a special plan. Using the spindle system, I'll locate the tree's presence in reality. Once I find it, I'll destroy it.
どうすれば？
By infusing my consciousness into the tree, it will project me to its physical location. It's dangerous, I know, but Tao and I have taken every precaution to minimize the risk. And you're one of those precautions. Infiltrating the manor in the real world, that was Chenxing's upcoming role in the plan.
そう言っておきながら、本当は他にも狙いがあるはずです。
My heart skipped a beat at her words. The one that I had felt those searching fragments. I felt those searching fragments of her information from the tree. I made another decision, but I didn't expect Chenxing to see through it so quickly. I mean, considering in the earlier chapters that she seems to catch on quickly. Yeah, that's not surprising. That's not surprising. To say the very least.
この木を取り入れようとお考えでしょう。
Her voice held steady. Voice held steady. Her gaze unwavering, yet a profound sorrow lingered her eyes.
人々の信心から成り立っているこの木と、その内なるものを。
Her voice faltered. The sadness too heavy for her to finish. That's the least of my concerns. I can't let my operatives shoulder the risk in my place. And besides, I've done this so many times before. It's part of why I exist. I forced a smile, hoping to ease her mind.
そんなのありえません。分析員はそんなことをするための存在なわけがありません。分析員は私たちにとってかけがえのない無比の存在です。もうこれ以上見たくないのです。イエロ社、ニューガントラ、そして搾取。そんなに自分を追い詰める分析員の姿はもう見たくないのです。どうしていつもあんな危険に分析員をさらさなきゃダメなのですか？そんなこと私にだって。
Dorothy. Or sorry, Chenxing.
言わせてください。
Okay, what do you got in mind? I found myself at a loss of words. Her gaze burned with unshakable resolve, her emotions swelling like a storm. Her very soul blazed, its fire reaching out to mine.
この任務を引き受けた時にタウさんから言われました。私はみんなと違うと。
Of course you're special. You share the same place as Dorothy. Okay, joking aside. And compass joke aside.
私がこの特別なデータを受け入れられるのは才能があったからです。今という今ほど自分が憎んでいた消えてくれない記憶を運命の賜物だと思ったことはありません。私にはできます。分析員以外に唯一この木を取り入れて分離させることができるのは私だけです。だから信じてくれませんか？私にはそれができるのです。
You really leave me no room to argue, do you? But I tightened my grip on her hand, as much as she couldn't bear to see me risk myself. How can I stand by and let her do the same? But she saw through me once again.
橋に登った時に分析員は約束してくれたでしょう。
Oh, a few moments ago, yeah.
何でも聞いてくれると。その約束を今ここで果たしてもらいたい。
Chenxing? Before I could respond, she stepped closer, her lips softer than rose petals and fragrant as a spring breeze, pressed against mine, silencing completely.
それでも不安でしたら保険をかけましょう。いつでもどこでもお互い見つけられる保険を。
A safeguard.
分析員のおっしゃったように私はこの世界の多くのことに干渉できます。ここへ来る途中に気づいたのです。この世界に働きかける力はまだ完全には消えていません。おそらくこの木の影響でしょうけど、その力に少し特殊な変化があったのです。世界を一変させるほど立派なものではありませんが、とても大事な一つのことをやり遂げるのに十分。自分はそんな気がします。分析員と永遠のちぎりを結びたい。
Okay, Well, that came out of nowhere. How are we doing? Oh, wow. 2 hours. Shit. Oh, yeah. I think I forgot to point out that cutscenes do drag out long, but again, I seem to pause too, so my bad. The bond of eternal union?
搾取に伝わる最古の契約です。交わされた二人は見えない糸で繋がれているように、何があっても離れ離れになることはありません。
Let's see here. Well, considering that the adjutant ourselves been married to what? 8 Lee so far? And her counting her, she was included as one of them, so yeah, this is not surprising to say the very least. How do we do that?
示します。
She murmured against my lips, and in the warmth and sweetness of her kiss, I felt a subtle sting. She had bitten into my lip. Ow! Oh! God, what is that? My blood tinged her lips, crimson as the finest rouge. It was utterly breathtaking. I'm sorry, what? Utterly breathtaking? Okay, yeah, you know what? I'm dragging this cutscene along. We're just gonna get through this. She leaned even closer, bearing the delicate curve of her shoulder.
私の体に印を残してください。
Okay, I gotta bite her like a vampire. Her usual cool composure had melted into something tender and intoxicating, her voice carrying an uncharacteristic allure. What do I do?
私がしたのと同じように。
Oh man. Oh man. I don't know if this is either considered pleasureless or painful. Yeah, man. A smile graced her lips, radiant as a spring bloom, drawn by her floral scent and leaned down. Oh boy. Okay. Try not to Edward Cullen this, to poor old Chenxing. My teeth sank into her porcelain-like shoulder. She trembled lightly, her arms circling my head in a delicate embrace.
分析。暴れまないでください。
Oh man. Warm blood welled from the wound. Warm blood welled from the wound, tracing the vivid scarlet trail down her shoulder. Mesmerized, I watched as she touched a fingertip to the crimson hue, pulled a strand of her hair, and mixed the two.
分析。手を貸して。
Okay. Taking my hand, she wrapped the bloody strand around my fingertips. Ow! In swift motion, she plucked the strand of my hair and stained it with the red of her lips before handing it to me.
今から分析員の番です。
Wrapped the strand of hair around her fingertip.
これでちぎりは結ばれました。これからこの体、この魂、この命がすべてあなたと共にあらんことを。
She eased her robe back over her shoulder. Her lines sounded archaic and ceremonial, yet it carried an ethereal lightness as if it might drip beyond my reach.
私のすべては分析員のためにあります。消えちゃったりはしませんよ。
As if seeing through me, she offered a reassuring smile. My lips parted slightly as I became acutely aware of a strange new connection, tangible and undeniable, now formed between us. Be it superstition or something beyond comprehension. In that moment, I became a believer in such power, for it now held something even more precious than my own life. You only have one chance. YOLO. You only live once.
十分です。
If you fail, I'll...
失敗はしません。分析員も。必ず。
I nodded, tightening my grip on the strand of her hair as I turned toward the tree. Standing before it, a maelstrom of emotions surged within me. Anger, frustration, and perhaps a restless urge. An urge to bring all this to an end, so I could finally hold her close. This time, I will win. I spoke to the tree. It gave no reply, only emanating endless wails and roars, grotesque faces wreathed within its form, as it's straining to devour everything in sight. Ignoring the cacophony, I turned back for one last look at Chenxing. Dorothy?
また、現実で。
Until we meet again in reality. Only after the adjutant vanished from sight did Chenxing stagger backward, finally sinking to the ground, utterly spent. Jaw clenched against the ache of parting, her trembling lips gave voice to a quiet murmur.
いつも夢見ていましたのに。かんざしを刺し、髪を結ってもらって、襟を立たしてあげる日を。
She hadn't told him directly, not out of hesitation, but because she intended to speak those words face to face in reality. Her hands slowly tightened, clutching the strand of his hair coiled around her fingertip. Yeah, that cutscene went on long. And I think we still got 2 more left before we get to the next 2. The next 2 stages and the next 2 cutscenes. And the boss fight and the cutscene. Yeah.
System が復旧しました。使用者、チェンシンの意識がシステムから離脱しました。
Hey, I should point out, yeah, I'm not a fan of how this ritual proposal marriage, earlier, how that works. I am not a fan of that. It's like, yeesh. Fighting for the blood, spilled and, well, rip the strands of hair and, yeah. Yeesh. Not a fan. As Chenxing returned to reality, she gasped violently for air. The medical team, who had been on standby for hours, rushed to her side, administering immediate care.
成功したか。
Life's voice carried no trace of relief, despite the apparent success. Just moments ago, alarms had blared from the treatment pods, the screens awash with incomprehensible streams of data. The piercing noise had pounded in Life's heart like war drums. She had barely restrained herself from shutting down the spindle system and extracting them prematurely, holding fast to the adjutant's last directives. Chenxing's thoughts remained tangled, a whirlwind of emotions swirling in her mind. She still felt trapped in the final moments of that world, with memories of her daring actions and the weight of that promise replaying. For a long while, she couldn't bring herself to meet anyone's gaze. After all, she lost the adjutant, though it had been his decision, and she was dead set on bringing him back. The fact remained, he had vanished under her watch.
そんな顔しちゃって、分析員に何かひどいことでもされたの？
The lioness asked, grinding her teeth, her emotions barely kept in check. Chenxing's eyes flickered, but it was Benny's next words that truly caught her off guard.
悪いけどぼーっとする暇はないわ。まだ動けるならさっさと準備を始めなさい。これから出発するんだから。
Chenxing looked up at... Oh, hang on a second. Ow. Sorry, I got a bad itch in my ear. Chenxing looked up to find Fanny in her starshine exosuit, standing firmly beside her. The heavy-armed girl stomped her boot on the edge. Oh, shit. The heavily armed girl stomped her boot on the edge of the treatment pod, loading a full magazine into her gun, pulling back the bolt. While she tried to suppress her fury, there was an unmistakable cold frenzy on her face. However, the sharpness in her eyes was not directed at Chenxing. Following Fanny's gaze, Chenxing turned sharply towards the adjacent pod, realizing the blaring alarms had gone silent. By the pod, a petite pink-haired girl clutched her tablet tightly, her teeth sinking into her lower lip.
分析員の意識シグナル観測不可。
Ah, great. I'm unconscious right now. Oh, that can't be good. That's not good.
プロフェインバーブの投下成功。
Freya's jaw tightened as she fought back tears, voicing a brave front. Still in her eyes, glistering with unshed tears, a fierce resolve flickered. Now clad in her infinite sight exosuit, life remained stoic. She reached out, her fingers brushing gently against her beloved's face. I wish I could feel that, but I'm definitely knocked out. Only the warmth of his skin and the rhythm of his steady breathing could bring her a sliver of peace.
座標の特定は
Huh. Sound like she's trying to say something, but there aren't any words. Huh. Weird.
マーシル大丈夫か
Moxer froze for a few seconds before snapping out of it. She shook her head, signaling that she was fine, then reluctantly drew her gaze away from the adjutant's face.
フリティア先生開発でアカシア命名のプログラムデュエルはとっくに稼働中にゃん。座標の特定と追跡はもうバッチリにゃん。
IRL soul kill. What the hell? Jesus, wow. Now, speaking of questionable localization, that's some real zoomer talk there.
たった今指定作戦区域に最も近い無人戦闘機群が行った威力偵察に続いて他の無人機群も指定座標に向かって集結中にゃん。無人機の管制はアカシアが引き継いでいるにゃん。私たちが着くと空路を開けてくれるらしいにゃん。
As Moxer delivered her report, her grip on the tower tightened unconsciously.
ご苦労だった。前準備ができたのならそろそろ出発を。
Life had intended to place a tender kiss on her beloved's forehead, but knowing the others shared her feelings, she restrained the urge. I mean, you could have just do that. I mean, they're gonna do the same thing too. However, the moment her hand left the adjutant's forehead, uncontrollable sparks crackled across her body, her majestic power seeming to overflow through the electricity in her eyes.
これは一体
Only now did Chenxing notice the whirlwind of activity extending outside the medical bay. Beyond its door, supplies were being hastily gathered and ferried away in droves. Inside, logistics personnel converged near the adjutant's treatment pod, as if preparing for an elaborate operation. Chenxing's heart tightened.
彼が策定した特別作戦だ。あえて罠に乗っかって 現実世界にあるシータの拠点を突き止め、そして私たちが最大戦力で奇襲をかける。
そうよ。
Benny's voice bristled with ferocity, each word sharp with the fierce anger burning in her throat.
見せしめと有象無象への勧告を兼ねた作戦だ。どうも私たちはこれまで長い間世間に情けをかけすぎた。そのせいか多くの人が忘れかけている。ユグドラシル社、私たちヘイムダル部隊が得意とするのは災害の救援や平和維持だけではない。
Now, speaking of glowing eye, here's life and doing that now. And as they pointed out, there's life, and then the Bellstar, the Black Witch in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Chronicles. Funny, isn't it? That both of them would be voiced by Sami Seto, who also happened to voice Eve from Stellar Blade and Nikkei, and Reina from Ticket 8. Kinda funny. Anyways, flickers of restrained lightning dance in her left eye. Flickers of restrained lightning dance in her left eye, and the words that escape her ruby lips crackled with the ferocity of a storm, radiating cold, thunderous authority.
私たちのお箱は強行突破、迎撃、強襲、絶対的な火力。
まとめると、
Benny narrowed her eyes, barring her purely teeth into a predatory display, like Atlantis puffing out her chest and flaunting her razor-sharp fangs and claws. She exuded regal ferocity and unyielding dominance.
ぶっ壊すことだわ。誰だろうと分析員を奪うものなら、完膚なきまで叩き潰してやるわよ。
Yeah, don't fuck with the Heimdall girls. Oh, if they only saved me and Nikkei with that Valentine's Day special with me forcing to eat the poisonous chocolate that no one was unaware of, apparently. And they, took on what a catch on. So, yeah.
すべては分析員の手の内。
Chenxing's murmured, her eyes fitting between life's commanding radiance and Benny's leonine majesty. Her heart trembled instinctively. She thought of her resolve, yet for a fleeting moment, it felt fragile, almost insignificant. Before she could dwell further, Life's voice broke through her thoughts.
この作戦ではアローヘッドになってもらう。すまない。重役を果たしてもらうから余計な気を使わせたくないと分析員からことづかったので、向こうで作戦の情報が抜けることも避けたかった。この後は私たちが隙を作る。屋敷の構造に一番詳しいチェンシンには分析員から出された指示を全うしてもらう。もちろん可能な限り早く。
Without waiting for a response, Life turned and strode purposely toward the aircraft bridge where the airship awaited. Benny flicked her shining blonde pigtails, throwing a sharp glance at Chenxing.
今更になって務まる自信がありませんなんてこと言わないわよね。
Chenxing didn't reply. In silent determination, she tore the IV needles and tubes from her body and reached for her bow.
相手が誰だろうと必ず分析員を連れ戻します。
Massive airfield adjoining the facility had been cleared out. Piles of military supplies lay ready, and fully assembled assault units stood waiting for transport. Caroline darted across the tarmac on her short legs, juggling the task of inspecting cargo, issuing instructions, and coordinating coordinating over the radio.
通常物資はチェック済みで火力装備もバッチリ。アカシアがスノーブレイクアクーマの積載を許可してほしいって？却下です。あれは整備中なのです。
Firepower. Oh, geez, speaking of Miki. Oh, that's gonna make Neon blush if we bring in so much firepower.
エンヤが重火器をもう支給したでしょ？もっと殺傷力の高いやつだからもう支給済みです。大量破壊兵器がいい？無理無理、いくらなんでも無理です。
Yeah, nuclear warheads? Holy shit. That's a little extreme there. Yeah, especially when it comes to rescuing me, my conscious self out of there, so... I don't think you want to unleash that.
ブブが出撃したいんだって？却下です。ちゃんと西洋に専念させてって分析員が言ってましたよ。
Yeah, Boo Boo needs to stay put because she's not fully ready yet. We won't be needing her till much later, so yeah.
一旦切れます。また後で。イチェル、何してるんですか？
Caroline froze mid-step, dumped on by the side in front of her. Half buried head first in a crate of grenades. Each old leg stuck out comically as she rummaged. Cramp. Each leg stuck out comically as she rummaged, frantically stuffing grenade after grenade into her pockets while a glance at Caroline. I'm okay there. You're acting a little dangerous there, Rachel. A frustrated Caroline's gaze came upon Marion, who was walking over with a large rocket launcher. Despite the bulky weapon, Marion maintained her usual graceful stride. Yeah, we don't have rocket launcher units in this game so far. Yeah, like I mentioned before, that's weird.
マリアン、よく来ましたね。イチェルは何をしてるんですか？
ああ、確か大好きな分析員を奪おうとするやつはイチェルがぶっ飛ばしてやるがおうって言ってましたっけ？まあ別にいいのではないかと思いますが。
Yeah, I forgot to mention to you, this is her swimsuit wear from... I think that one of the other summer events or some... Oh yeah. Paradise Holiday, something like that. I can't remember what it was, but I know it deals with her and Cadio.
そういえばカロリンさんに一つ頼み事をしてもいいですか？
Marion's soft, courteous smile had a subtle but unmistakable aura of danger.
仮想度テクノロジーに一部空路の使用権限を与えてくれませんか？分析員さんのために用意した持参金じゃなくて兵器庫を使いたいと思ったのです。
マリアン、自分の言ってることが分かっていますか？
Marion tilted her head thoughtfully, getting to count on her fingers all of a sudden.
私の兵器庫にはほぼ一つの砲兵編隊を武装させ、約10回の飽和攻撃をも可能にすることができ、最大では。
はいはい、もう分かりました。授業はそこまででお願いします。会社の投入した兵器で十分です。そもそも今回の進行ターゲットは重火力兵装拠点だけで大規模な軍事基地なんかじゃないんですよ。
そうなんですか。本 当に残念ですね。
Oh, Jesus. She's really going for all extremes just to get me back. Get our adjutant selves back. Get me and the adjutant and our adjutant selves back. She. Yeah. Carolyn was still searching for a proper response with her earpiece crackled emergency.
情報官さん、一機のヘリコプターが勝手に離陸しました。
The update was hardly necessary. Carolyn had already spotted the heavy helicopter lifting off in the distance. Her sharp eyes caught in the glint of the pilot glasses. In the co-pilot seat, Cherna was frantically flipping through the thick manual. Occasionally, her expression abruptly shifted to reveal a difficult-to-suppress impatience. Caroline recalled that the unit was temporarily commanded by Katia. She would immediately open the channel.
カーシア、それ何のつもりですか？
夢で分析員と一緒にヘリコプターの操縦体験に参加したことあるってビデオが言ってたんだから。
He says the adjutant taught her in a dream. Oh my gosh. Did you? There's no way the adjutant self would teach you IRL or in real life how to pilot as much as in the same way in your dreams. Yeah, something tells me this is not gonna go well.
そんな理由だけで？
ま、正確に言えば飛ばさせたのは私だけど、いかんせんパイロットが来るの遅すぎて。
はい？
Standing at the helicopter's open hatch, Katia gripped her crossbow firmly. Her gaze fixed on the horizon, glinted with a razor-sharp intensity. Across from her, Nina clung to the hatch edge with one hand, staring at the same horizon. Her other hand encased in the powered exoskeleton, which clenched into a tight fist.
どうやらマリアンたちもそろそろ出発しないといけないみたいですね。
Taking in the scene, Marion pulled Icho out of the grenade crate. Inside a waiting transport nearby, Sirius sat ready, replaying recordings of his words. They always brought her a sense of calm. Not far off, Haru silently polished a blade of her absconditis, its keen edge reflecting the same icy ruthlessness in her eyes. Anya took the rocket launcher from Marion with a gentle smile, though the glint in her eyes betrayed a fiery desire for destruction. Uh-oh. I think Naru's not happy there. Admittedly, I never watched Love Hina, but still. Several minutes later, Caroline dragged her tired body into Tao's office.
タオさん、もう手に負えません。やっぱり分析員が仕切ってないと一気にカオスになるんですよ。
Hang, seems that way.
なら好きなようにさせなさい。彼女たちは何をするべきかは分かっていますから。
Standing by the mission floor at the ceiling window, Tao surveyed the hectic scene below with a calm, inscrutable gaze. The company began operating like a well-oiled war machine, precise, efficient, and composed. It was exactly as she had envisioned countless times before, especially the Heimdall force. Under the adjutant's leadership, Heimdall had become an indomitable force, as unyielding as iron.
チェンシンは決めましたよ。それでも計画通りに進めますか？
Tal asked abruptly, though no one else was present. A flicker crossed her eyes, as if unseen words were being projected onto them.
心配？確かにあなたにとってみんな宝物のような存在ですし、それに諸事情であなたには現場へ行ってもらわないと。わかりました。会社の方は私が受け持ちますから。
今のはひょっとして。
そのひょっとしてです。
分析員か。みんな気が気でないこのカオスな光景、ほんと彼に見てもらわないと気が済まないくらいです。
カロリンも含めて。カロリンは何か不平でもありますか？
私はもう前線から引退しましたよ。
You know, I have to wonder how long they could keep Caroline as an NPC before she's finally playable. Tower remained non-committal to Caroline's reply.
ヤオの準備はどうなっていますか？
グラニュアルスビスの輸送準備ならもうできています。ヤオと分析員の移動は完了しました。でも本当に人手を増やさなくていいんですか？
テスがいれば十分です。
Tao's voice was calm and confident.
奇跡を作り出すマジシャンは時には奇跡そのものにもなったりしますよ。
そうですか。
Caroline, well aware of Tess' past, knew one thing for certain. Tess had always been the most versatile card in Tao's hand, but now, that card belonged to the adjutant. Standing by a small transport airship, Tess forced herself to swallow her anxiety and concern for the adjutant as she waved to someone approaching.
輸送機はもうすぐ出発だよ。
As Tess spoke, she couldn't help but steal glances at the treatment pod Yao was wheeling, where her most cherished person lay in repose. Yao noticed Tess's wandering gaze, recognizing the feelings they shared. She hesitated briefly before speaking.
テス、ちょっとこれ押してくれない？え？本当にいいの？
Without waiting for a confirmation, Tess eagerly stepped in, pushing the treatment pod excitedly. Watching her enthusiasm, Yao's expression turned momentarily complex.
あんたって本当に無遠慮だな。
Never thought we'd see Red Hood and Esdeath together. And yes, that's their voice actresses in Japanese too.
なんかごめんね。なんていうのかな。だって私分析員のこと大好きだもん。
Oh, trust me, Tess. You aren't the only one who thinks that way. Tess's cheeks flushed as red as apples, her radiant smile infectious and brimming with warmth.
その素直なところ、本当に羨ましいな。え？ヤオさんの方こそ。
Tess was about to say something when suddenly a figure appeared in the distance, carrying two equipment crates. The figure weaved swiftly through the logistics personnel. Came to a halt right before the two. Britta nearly lost her balance under the crate's momentum. Yao reached out just in time to steady the crates and help keep Britta upright.
危なかった。フリティア先生間に合った。フリティア先生、今回は後方支援に回るんじゃなかったっけ？いや、そうだけど。物を届けに来ただけ。はい、これヤオと分析員のために用意したんだ。いざという時に使って。わかった。
Yao accepted the heavy crates, fully aware of their contents.
それとです、ヤオ、私のリンゴ、いや分析員を
Apparently I'm the apple to her.
傷一つなく守ってくださいね。
Uh-huh, yeah, sure. Long ago, a great scientist had a fateful encounter with an apple. For her, the adjective was the very apple that destiny had chosen for her.
じゃあ約束だね。
Fredia forced a smile, trying to mask her sense of loss. She thought such a reply might make her feel better.
約束ってよりも誓いかな。それに3人のじゃなくて私たちみんなの誓いだ。
Yao extended her fist, her expression resolute. Tessa's eyes lit up as she quickly joined in. A smaller fist followed, completing the trio.
一緒に分析員を。
連れ戻す。
Alright, we got one more cutscene left. And then we got 2 more stages and then 2 more cutscenes.
Geralt Horn 1より正体各位。現時点をもって作戦区域に到達。繰り返します。ギャラルホルン1作戦区域に到達。エリア B1 敵防空システムの全滅が確認。ヘイムダル部隊スタンバイ。更新終了。ヘイムダル部隊投下用意。5秒前、4秒前、3秒前。
Static-filled announcements crackled through the comms. White clouds drifted leisurely across the wide azure sky, but suddenly, a massive black colossus emerged as if it had crossed over from another realm, casting an immense shadow over the land below. Gjallarhorn 1, the heavy transport aircraft, disengaged its cloaking field, like a divine throne descending from the constellations. It hovered between the heavens and the earth. As the countdown reached its final beat, the throne released its hatch. A roaring wind instantly surged into the cabin. At the edge of the open hatch stood Life, her ice blue hair whipping wildly in the gale. Yet her posture remained as steady as a monolith, her gaze sweeping across the expanse below. From the horizon, the blazing sun bathed the vast desert in a radiant light, making it shine with a blood-red hue that had an almost sinister beauty. Beneath the aircraft, nested between jagged cliffs, lay their target, a secluded manor, its location now laid bare.
戦闘部隊が迎撃を食らって身動き取れなくなってるから道作ってあげろって。ウェンズで何突っ立ってるのよ。さっさと行くわよ。
The golden twin tails of the lioness shimmered brilliantly, dancing wildly in the fierce wind. Yet her steps were steady as she moved to Life's side, casting a serious gaze over the scenery below.
標的はあれか。
って獲物の横取りは認めないわよ。
The turbulent air quivered with an electrifying tension, as if heavy with the acrid tang of gunpowder and the sharp edge of impending violence. Almost simultaneously, the dials within the 2 girls stirred. The divine power coursed through their veins like molten lava. Silver lightning and golden flames tore down from the heavens, striking the earth nearly in unison. In the blink of an eye, the behemoth machines blocking the entrance to the manor were obliterated by 2 radiant beams of light. The resulting explosion hurled nearby troops through the air like ragdolls. As the smoke and debris settled, 2 slender figures emerged. Penny chuckled coldly, the fiery glow in her pupils flickering flickering like crimson flames. Her gaze bold and unrestrained, swept over the regrouping soldiers as they moved to surround her.
失せるか、それとも死ぬかだわ。
The encroaching enemies remained silent, their fear palpable. Still, they raised their weapons, cautiously closing in. Or foolishly trying to get themselves killed.
そう選んだのなら
And life's left eye, a bolting lightning flared in a glimpse of divine wrath. High above, Galahorn 1 continued its relentless bombardment, tipping the balance of the battlefield in Heimdall's favor. Clack. In an illusionary space, I replaced the magazine, racking the bolt smoothly to the chamber the next round. Not far ahead, a tall figure stood, waiting as if she had anticipated my arrival. It was not the least bit unexpected to me.
回り回って結局ここにたどり着いたか、分析員。
Of course I have. If I hadn't, I wouldn't be here by now. This intel nearly cost one of my precious officers her life. It's far too valuable to let it slip. Though we had succeeded in reclaiming Boo's consciousness, her recovery would take time. For now, she remained under the care of the rehabilitation center. Ugh, crap, I can't even speak. Rehabilitation center. Here we go. Ah, shit. Oh, excuse me.
はいですね。死に損なった上、覚醒者にもなれたとは、よっぽどの強運じゃないか。
Data sneered, her tone casual and dismissive, yet carrying a faint undertone of something deeper and inscrutable. To me, such an act was nothing but a farce. Save your bullshit. There's no way Yggdrasil had been infiltrated by your spies. Whatever you know, you followed this space, didn't you? I had taken precautions when we probed the special data stream via the spindle system. Still, it was possible data had piggybacked onto the system to intercept fragments of information.
なるほど。あなた相手にオメガとパイがやられたのもうなずける。
Yeah, and you'll be joining them soon enough, too. Let's see here. Well, we know Omega got his ass killed by Katia. And as for Pi, well, she got executed by Tao's forces. Yeah. NG, bye, bro. Yeah, I'm gonna take a look for a moment here. Sorry, I'm just taking a look for a moment there, so. Alright. It won't be long before that fairness extends to you.
あなたはすぐ調子づいてしまうところがいけない。確かに昔はあなたを買いかぶった節があったが、今のあなたはたったの一人。それで何ができるというのか。
She arched her brow, her gaze dripping with cold scorn. Don't worry, there's plenty I can do. I'll dismantle your shrines, strip away your divinity, smash your clay idol, and shatter your desperate ambitions. Then I'll bury them all. And I'm gonna break your robotic leg. The same way Nora's gonna break Cardin's legs. Or will going to break his legs. cold, mocking sneer escaped Theta. Yet in that moment, a montage of faces flashed before my eyes. A surge of warmth swelled within me, filling me with strength and courage that brought a bold, defiant smile to my lips. And more importantly, where do you get the impression I was alone? The Theta's sardonic laugh cut off abruptly. I raised my gun, aiming directly at her forehead, and pulled the trigger. Bang. Boom. Of a deafening explosion, Ida whistled in satisfaction, declaring the Manor's defensive line utterly obliterated. The mortar shells responsible had been fired from the already destroyed motor, but hurled barehanded by Nita herself. Led by manifestations, Aegisal's elite forces breached the perimeter like an unstoppable spearhead in full throttle. Indestructible, unrelenting. Once unleashed, this unit dominated the battlefield as the ultimate war machine. The assault on the manor had reached its fever pitch.
止めろ！近づかせるな！
A heavy armored vehicle, bristling with a turret, burst onto the battlefield from the flank. But Caddy had already spotted the threat from her elevated vantage point.
シーリス、9時方向、接敵準備を。
No sooner had Caddy spoken than the petite figure emerged from the makeshift cover. Sirius charged headlong into the vehicle, her golden force field screen colliding with it. The impact was thunderous, forcing the massive vehicle to a jarring halt. Its thick armor plating buckled under the blow.
早く！あいつを狙え！
The turret swiveled to target oh shit. The turret swiveled to target Sirius, who was disoriented from the impact. Before she could regain her bearings, another figure leaped onto the vehicle with the ferocity of a snow leopard. Thump, 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 thump. Uh-oh. Here comes Emu from Project Sky / Hatsune Miku's couple stage. Voicing Icho. With a ferocious punch, Icho bent the bird's barrel out of shape. She then lunged down onto the vehicle's roof and ripped the hatch open with brute force. Cries and curses erupted from the inside. Icho, scowling fiercely, pulled out a sack of high explosive grenades and tossed them into the car. Boom goes the dynamite. Icho and Sirius had barely cleared off when a massive explosion tore the armored vehicle apart. A swarm of Taiku Connect soldiers emerged from cover, attempting to encircle Sirius and Icho, who were now isolated from the main force.
マリアン、来るわよ。
マリアンチーム出撃します。
From the battlefield's edge, an assault vehicle bearing Aegisal's insignia sped toward Icho and Sirius, rushing to their aid. But before I could reach them, a lock-on alarm flared. From a bunker hidden beneath the courtyard rose a platform, revealing the multi-barrel missile turret. Several lightweight missiles launched, striking the speeding assault vehicle in quick succession. But as the vehicle seemed to shatter, violet threads shivered in the air. As if a movie screen had been removed, the explosion dissipated into nothingness. It was Vidya's handiwork. The missiles had hit nothing but an illusion crafted by her. The real assault vehicle burst out from behind the Mirage, with Anya slamming the accelerator and wrenching the steering wheel to dodge another salvo. In the backseat, Cherno gritted her teeth and leaned out, firing... Oh shit. In the backseat, Cherno gritted her teeth and leaned out, firing it with pinpoint precision to take down the ambushing soldiers nearby. As the remaining missiles from the bunker launched in unison, her eyes flashed and suddenly sharpened with unspoken resolve. Mercil appeared. Snapping her fingers with a sharp crack, the rampaging she unleashed instantly coalesced into a massive black hole, swallowing all the missiles into nothingness. Yeah, I think there was another story event with her unit appearing, and she gets an update too. So, unfortunately, yeah, that's another one that's locked behind the limit release. In the co-pilot seat, Marion leaned out, her delicate shoulders steadying a bulky rocket launcher aimed at the bunker.
分析員さんとの間に立ちふさがるものはまとめて言ってもらいますよ。
Oh boy. Okay, Marion's quite sadistic. Oh boy. Man, I can't imagine the other Marion and Nikkei being like this. Ew. Yeah, I'm not gonna give away the spoiler, so... Well, actually, I think it's in the archive, so you're gonna have to play through Nikkei to find out. Boom. The rocket struck true, burrowing deep in the bunker. Soldiers scrambled desperately to escape, but a massive explosion erupted from within, sending a searing fireball skyward through the breach and engulfing the entire bunker in flames.
ハルさん、バトンタッチ。
The assault vehicle roared across the battlefield, relentless as it hurtled toward the manor's gates. At the last possible moment, Anya spun the wheel sharply to its limits and floored the brakes. Tires screeched against the ground, carving the searing black marks into the earth. Before the vehicle even came to a halt, the figure leaped into the air, propelled by sheer momentum. The razor-sharp blade of Absconditis arced through the air, leaving the arc through the air, leaving the dazzling fury streak in its wake. With a decisive stroke, it sliced cleanly through the gates as if they were made of butter, leaving behind a gaping rupture. Yeesh.
こちらマリアン小隊、通路が開きました。アローヘッド、投下可能です。繰り返し。待って。何かあります。後ろに。
From behind the manor, a massive shadow surged into view. The towering knee-type mech, its shoulder-mounted cannons humming ominously with devastating energy. Marion's trio, now reinforced by Icho and Sierra sprinting from the rear, braced themselves for battle. However, the next moment, a cool voice cut through the comms.
心配することないわ。あれは任せて。外の方は頼んだわよ。
The stealth glider, veiled in camel paint, swooped down like a falcon diving for its prey. As the wind roared around her, Katie leaped from the glider, her arms spread like wings. The mech targeting system instantly locked onto her descending form, its shoulders cannons swiveling to track her movements. Katia stared impassively into the gaping barrels aimed at her. In a moment, her thoughts flickered briefly to an untamed waltz. A dance of two souls high above the heavens. A flicker of blue light shimmering in the air, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The mech's targeting system lost its mark. Whoosh. When Katia reappeared, her icy bolt already embedded deep within the mech's core. Meanwhile, under the cover of Katia's distraction, another figure descended silently from the glider. Unnoticed, she slipped into the manor, advancing toward its steps.
分析。今行きます。
My bullet tore through Data's form, and yet it passed straight through, like slicing through a phantom, leaving no trace of harm. Data dismissed the attack entirely, though her focus shifted, as if sensing something else. An icy gleam flickered in her eyes as she pulled up visual feeds of the scene outside.
一人じゃなかったか。それがあなたの自信の根拠だったのか。 わずかな時間でこんな大掛かりな作戦を展開できるとは。どうもヘイルダルを少し見くびっていたようだ。と言っても見下すのはお互い様だがな。
She sighed softly, but the disdain etched across her features only grew sharper.
屋敷に入ってきたら落ち合えるとでも。たとえ運よく見つけられたとしても、大抵その時あなたは屍になっている。
Have you considered the possibility that what you've seen is just the beginning? My reinforcements, they're far stronger than you could imagine. I turned my palm upward, revealing a tiny robot shaped like a cat's head. The little device, no longer able to contain this excitement, began bouncing energetically in my hand.
ウイルスが検出されました。報告しますにゃん。ウイルスが検出されました。報告しますにゃん。防御システム起動。ウイルススレイヤー、ヤオ、消化完了。
The fabricated space roared and trembled, its structure violently disrupted. The Spindle system had launched a counter-invasion into the artificial Valhalla. In that moment, I saw Theta's composure falter for the first time. Alright, so 2 more stages, 2 more cutscenes, boss fight, and a cutscene. And speaking of Chenxing,
満を持して行ってきます。こちらアローヘッド、地下実験室に到着。オーバー。スピンドルシステムで予行演習を行ったのはこの時のため。百射百中。目標達成。演習通りです。
oh, I should have just.
大吉。
この私があんたの後に出るなんて。ふん、今回は許してあげるわ。
Okay, go.
ステージが混んでるのよ。カメラの邪魔しないで。ショーは続くわ。さあ、私を称えなさい。今変えてるわよ。
Alright.
私にとっては簡単よ。
Oh boy. More reinforcements.
問題ない。行こう。得意分野よ。よし行こう。すべて嵐が連れ去った。敵を見下ろすのっていつも気持ちいいの。
Alright. Alright, one more stage and then 2 more cutscenes. Let's adjust our forces. Alright, let's do this.
満を持して行ってきます。
Open the lab door.
操作方法はよく覚えてます。ありがとう。油断禁物です。百射百中。装填中です。大吉。
Can't shoot from before.
ありがとう。これで優位に立てます。戦車番宣。わふー、私の番かな。わふー、絶好調。これこうやって開けるんだよね。アローヘッドよりグラニアルスビス。ビーコンの設置は完了しました。誘導シグナルに従って進んでください。あとは全ての邪魔を取り払って分析員との約束を果たすだけ。必ずやり遂げてみせます。
Okay, that took a bit.
任務達成。ちょっと休憩しよう。
Alright, time for 2 more cutscenes and then we'll get to the boss fight. Fight Theta. Back on the day after Boo Boo's consciousness retrieval operation ended, I've found myself in Tao's office. When I arrived, Tao wasn't alone. Freddy and Moxer were also there, waiting for me. Freddy's face lit up in the moment she saw me, though her expression carried traces of worry. Moxer, in contrast, maintained an impassive demeanor, though the restless twitching of her ears betrayed her unease.
本当にそれでいいんですか?
Tao cut straight to the point, giving me no chance to exchange words with the girls. I can't let Boo Boo's hard work go to waste. Nor I can't let her injuries all be for nothing.
不十分です。
Her sharp gaze bored into me, her tone serious and grave.
あなたをそんな危険にさらすには、それだけの理由では不十分です。
Fine. Freddy and Moxer should have already presented their findings to you. The day we noticed the anomalous data Boo brought back, Freddy and Moxer immediately began their analysis. Though they couldn't fully decode its origin, their findings revealed something unnervingly strange. The growth pattern of the data aligned uncannily with Valhalla's. None of us believed it to be a mere coincidence. The implication was clear. Data was likely attempting to replicate Valhalla's power. The mere existence of such technology posed an existential threat, not just to us, but to humanity as a whole. Any Taijin-related technology was nothing short of a giant Pandora's box. The personnel you sent to investigate the mine in Baiting found remnants of awakening dust. The personnel you sent to investigate the mine in Baiting found remnants of awakening dust production technology. This proved Data conducted extensive research on it there. Yet the result of investigation that Data gave up on the mine and everything in it. She discarded it all as bait, a diversion, to hide her true lab from you. She wouldn't have walked away unless she was supremely confident in her new research project. And you know what that means. Tao remained silent, her fingers steepled beneath her chin, as her discerning gaze bored into me.
タオさん、分析員の言うことは確かだ。波形の成長速度を推算してみた結果、あと1週間であの実験室に隠されているものは成熟するはずだ。
フリティア、あなたは今自分の大好きな分析員を危険にさらそうとしています。
Tao, there's no need to frighten her. Frowning, I stepped protectively in front of Freddy, shielding her from Tao's intensive gaze.
分析員、大丈夫だよ。言い切らせてください。
Freddy didn't flinch. Instead, she peeked out from behind me, then stepped forward, her determined gaze locking onto Tao.
タオさん、
But as she began to addressing Tao, her eyes wandered to me. Somehow I already knew what she was about to say.
私だって分析員のことが心配で危険な目に遭わせるのは嫌だよ。でもそれ以上に私は分析員のことを信用しているんだ。私たちのためにも分析員は絶対無謀なことはしないはず。分析員の決断はきっといろんな覚悟の上に成り立っている。
I mean, I've said this many times before, but yeah, the adjective itself has what Yagami slash Ryuzaki slash Elliot's intelligence levels of planning there.
だから心配することよりも支えてあげることこそ私たちのすべきことだと思う。
Her adorable face lifted, her tone measured, and her gaze unwavering. The conviction in her voice reminded me of something I once told her back when she was secretly working on her turbo exosuit. Apparently, every word had etched itself into her heart. Okay, I wasn't too sure what it was. As I gazed at her petite frame, memories of that starlit night surfaced. Her smile, her assurance, and the quiet strength she exuded.
分析員、私も見てくださいにゃん。
Mox's protest jolted me back to the present without hesitation and gave the disgruntled kid a reassuring pat. As I did, realization struck. I knew how to convince Tao. Well, I can't exactly do head pats to Moxer, so... Tao, with Brady of Moxer, Sirius, and Akasha, I have the most capable research team anyone could ask for. And on top of that, I have them. 18 names flashed through my mind all at once. Every one, every experience, and every story shared with them had shaped me into who I am today. I'm strong because of them.
それがこの計画書の根拠ですか。
Tao glanced at my proposal. Her expression unreadable. The plan itself was straightforward, consisting of just 2 key steps. Step 1. Through the spindle system, I reverse engineered my way into the artificial Valhalla space created by Tao. And using a specialized technique, I pinpointed a corresponding location in reality where it was created. Oh, excuse me. Step 2. Once the laboratory's location was identified, Heimdall would lead into a strike course to neutralize it.
実現性について考えたことは？現時点で会社の技術力ではまずそのフェーズ1から不可能ですよ。
That's precisely why I'm here.
タオさんはバルハラの仮想空間に関する研究資料をたくさん持っているでしょ。それさえ借りてくれればきっと。
Tao shook her head, cutting Freddy off. Her piercing gaze locked into me.
どうやって分かったのですか？
Ida. That's a simple answer. Among the board, Tao's progress on the Project Immortality had always been far ahead of those who ran away. She's capable of using Valhalla to manipulate network communications. By that logic, reversing the process should be equally achievable, and more importantly, the spindle system was used to recover Boo Boo's consciousness, capable of forming a special connection with Valhalla. It's no ordinary piece of virtual technology, is it?
分析員、こんな言葉を聞いたことはありませんか？深淵を覗くとき、深淵もまたこちらを覗いているのだと。もしシータが本当にあの技術を持っているのなら、これまであなたがスピンドルで調査を行うとき。
I know. That's why I said I came prepared. That's why I said I have them.
たとえ計画の前段が無事に進めたとしましょう。もし戦場にあなたがいない間にシータが人工バルハラを作り出してしまったら、それを誰が対処するのですか？
I'll be there. When we initiate the strike in the physical world, just bring along my body to the battlefield. I'll wake up when the time comes, and I'll deal with the mess. Well, that's a bold strategy, Cotton. We'll see it pays out for you. Or myself, rather. Because, well, we're the adjutants, so...
本当に覚悟の上のようですね。
And like I said, it is a bold strategy, so we're gonna see how this pays out for us. Without further argument, she turned to Fridia.
フリティア、マーシル。必要な資料はカロリンにまとめさせておきましたから、取りに行って構いません。
もうあれ、タウさん、それって。
分析員一人の覚悟では不十分です。あなたたち全員の覚悟を確かめないとこの計画を許可できるはずがありません。どこまでやり遂げられるのか見せてください。
私たち全員の覚悟。
ヤオ、もう十分に聞こえたでしょう。
Yao?
分析員。
What are you?
私が呼びつけたのです。彼女だけじゃなく他の隊員にも話をつけました。あなたの計画書を見てから。スピンドルシステムであのファイルを調査したいのなら多くの制限がかかることになります。その中で最も重要な指標、適合度の数値は人によりけりです。それとあのファイルに隠された情報は誰でも取り込めるようなものではありません。彼女たち一人一人の適合度をテストしたところ、深入りしない簡単な調査は隊員なら誰でも遂行できます。だが今回の調査任務に最適の人選はチェンシンです。彼女は最高の適合度を持っています。ヤオはテストで2位でした。彼女はあなたの盾になることでしょう。
My shield?
人工バルハラに潜り込んだあなたをシータは八方手を尽くして殺そうとするでしょう。彼女の手によって作られたあの空間で生き延びるには彼女とやり合える術が必要です。そのためにあなたにはヤオとの意識同調を行ってもらいます。それは人工バルハラへの逆侵入を成功させる鍵とも言えましょう。シータに気づかれるのを避けるために同調は3回までしか行えません。
1回だけで十分だ。なんてかっこつけてみたけど結局1回じゃ足りなかった。トラブルは多少あったけど幸い結果的には分析員との意識同調は成功した。
Against the rumbling gunfire, the Grani Swiftfoot lay quietly in wait at the edge of this battlefield. Inside the vehicle, Yao sat silently by the adjutant's side. Gazing at his tranquil, sleeping face, her thoughts drifted back to several days ago. Then a sudden voice pulled her from her memories.
ヤオさん、もうすぐ道が開けたら作戦エリアに出発するよ。
うん。
ヤオさん、大丈夫？
ああ。で、テスこそ緊張してないか？
緊張か。ちょっとそうかもね。でもやっぱりワクワクの方が大きいかな。だって今私とっても大事な任務を任されてるんだ。ああ、いやそれは自分一人じゃなくてみんな同じか。だから頑張ろう、みんなで。
分かったような気がする。
何が？
その性格、分析員は好きにならないわけがないな。
なんで急にそんなことを？
たまに考えるんだ。なぜ分析員が私を好きになったのかって。
それはもちろん。
As Tess tried to offer compliments, Yao cut her off.
いかんせん私頭使うのめんどくて。 だから毎回一つだけ分かってればそれでいいんじゃないかってとこに落ち着いちゃうんだ。彼は私のことが好きだ。それで十分だ。
そうだね。
あの話をしてくれたのもきっとそれが原因だろう。
何の話かな。
Tess asked curiously, but Yao's attention had already shifted back to the adjutant, her thoughts wandering again into earlier memories. It was their first failed alignment attempt. She had thought one try would be enough, but she never expected.
どうしてここに。
Yao? What's going on?
どうして。
Yao? Yao? Can you hear me? Yao? Oh. You guys remember my earlier streams of Snowbreak where Yao reminisces her memories back then? Yeah, now this is coming back into play. Alarms blared, mingling with anguished cries. After being ejected from the spindle system in an emergency disconnect, Yao instinctively crawled up into the treatment pod, clutching her knees. As she fought to suppress her trembling, pair of eyes met hers.
分析。
In that moment, Yao felt the sob in her throat threaten to break free as tears welled up in her eyes.
私分析。私は。
What are you apologizing for? Because you were so adorable as a child. That's it's unfair. I only got to see it just now.
今おセンチムードだから笑わすのなしで。
I wasn't teasing, just trying to cheer you up. Is there anything you want to tell me? Just to be clear, I don't need another apology. Alignment is partnership. If that doesn't work, it's not just one party's fault.
分かった。別に大したことじゃないよ。ただあの遊園地が出てくるとは。さっきのは油断してたから。今度は絶対。
That's not what I want to hear, Yao. Yao clearly remembered the look in his eyes. It was a firm, earnest desire to stand by her side, hold her in a warm embrace, and give her strength.
子供の頃、あそこで親に捨てられたんだ。
Yao vividly remembered the way his gaze trembled when she revealed that, though he tried his best to maintain his composure. She too fought to keep her cool. But once she opened up, her emotions broke free, and she couldn't stop herself from spilling her secrets to him.
いつのことだったかな。多分週末かな。天気がすごく良くて。確か誕生日にしか買ってもらえない服も買ってくれたっけ。両親は私を可愛く着飾ってくれて、遊園地に連れてってくれた。3人で思いっきり遊んだ。今思えばあの日の2人は普段と何ら変わらなく、ずっと幸せそうな笑顔だった。そろそろ帰る時に2人にせがんで観覧車に乗せてもらった。そういえば観覧車に乗るのそれが最後だったな。観覧車を降りて花火を見た。2人がいないのに気づいたのはその時だった。子供の頃は純粋というかバカというか、親とはぐれたらその場でじっとしてればきっと探しに来るって思ってた。だからはぐれたところで待ち続けた。観覧車が回るのをぼーっと眺めてた。花火ショーも何回も見た。そして夜空から花火が消えて人だかりがまばらになった。それでも待ち続けた。 待っても待っても誰も来なかった。
Yeah. Man, I wonder how messed up Meow's childhood is because her parents decided to be seem to have blatant disregard for her, and they were like, "Nah, we don't need you. Bye." I'm sorry, but no parent should have ever abandoned their child in the middle of the amusement park and be like, we're done raising you. Bye." I'll say this though. If any parent decides to do this, you're not only unfit to be parents yourselves, but you failed as human beings too. I'm sorry, but that is just bad right there. It's like, oof. Why didn't you tell me earlier, Yao?
言っても仕方ないじゃない。不幸語りで構ってもらうなんてどうもダサくて性に合わなくて、そういうのなんだかズルみたい。そんなズルをして手に入るのはせいぜい同情か哀れみくらい。本気で欲しかったものにイカサマが混ざっちゃってたら気分ど下がりじゃない。
She gazed at the adjutant, unable to resist reaching out to caress his cheek.
心配いらないよ、分析員。過ぎたことだし、今さら思い出して落ち込んだりはもうしない。何しろ頑張って一皮どころか三皮くらい向けてやっとここまで来られたんだし。
After pouring everything out to him, Yao felt as if a heavy weight had finally lifted from her chest. She thought that that was enough to comfort her, but to her surprise, the adjutant wasn't done. Yao.
慰めるのもうやめ。私そんなにやわじゃないんだから。
Look, I know you're trying to pull a redhead here and act all brave and shit, but you're not Red Hood. It's not it. I just wanted to let you know. If you ever find yourself lost again, just stay where you are. No matter where or when, I will find you. That's a promise.
呆れた。うまいこと全然言えないじゃない。分析員、普段女の子に囲まれてるのに。
She didn't know why she had said that at the time. All she remembered was the tears blurring in her vision, and the hitch in her breath. But once the words came out, all her bottled-up emotions finally spilled free. Then she was drawn into a warm, tight embrace. In that moment, it felt as though her entire world was illuminated once more. Yeah, I'm terrible at sweet talk. All I can offer you is my heart. Even now, his words seemed to echo in her ears.
分析。
ピピピピ。ウイルスが検出されました。報告が完了しましたにゃん。ウイルススレイヤー、直ちに応答してくださいにゃん。今すぐ応答にゃん。
The sudden vibration and alarm snapped Yao out of her thoughts. A soft smile on her face giving way to an icy calm.
です。
はい、任せられました。
As Yao settled into the treatment pod and synced with the spindle system, Tessa's cheerful smile gradually faded. Her gaze lingered on the adjutant lying in his pod, her thoughts drifting far away. But before she could sink too deep, a voice crackled over the radio, jolting her back into reality.
テス。
はい。
通路は確保した。
了解。今すぐ起動するね。そういえばさっきヤオさんがスピンドルシステムを起動したけど。
As Tess' words lingered in the air, the once hectic final force comms Shit. The once hectic Condor Force comms fell silent. Labored breathing filled the void, only to be drowned moments later by the rising crescendo of battle. Tess said nothing more. She pressed the button on the control panel, locking in the autopilot en route. With practiced ease, she climbed through the window and onto the roof of the speeding vehicle. As she did, the grinding Swiftfoot roared like the beast unleashed, charging straight into battle. The sudden appearance of the armored vehicle seized the attention of every combatant on the field, not more so than the enemy.
車の援護を邪魔者どもは散ってもらうわよ
Enemy forces immediately moved to intercept, but the manifestations were well prepared, thwarting their attempts. As the grinding Swiftfoot charged toward the gaping breach in the courtyard gates, the previously concealed defense force within the courtyard finally mobilized. A mechanized unit surged out of hiding, charging straight at the seemingly invulnerable yet utterly fearless girl, as if she'd been waiting for their arrival. Perched atop the grounding Swiftfoot, Tess faced the advancing troops with the wind whipping around her. With a flourish, she conjured her magician's hat from nowhere, spinning it erratically before placing it onto her head.
マジックのショータイムだ
Her soft voice cut through the raging winds. A magician never steps onto the stage unprepared. She had been preparing for her debut every day, pushing herself to grow stronger, honing her craft, embracing the pressure. The enemy responded with a hail of bullets, but the barrage hit nothing except the magician's hat. It soared into the sky, scattering a cascade of playing cards that spiraled away on the wind.
じゃーんなんとここに
In the command vehicle at the convoy center, the driver froze the entire test. In the command vehicle at the convoy center, the driver froze in terror as Tess materialized in the crew compartment. The commanding officer in the passenger seat roared in alarm and lunged at her, only to be met with a fierce kick that sent him at the door, hurtling into the open air. With a bright, cheerful grin, Tess turned her gaze to the driver, whose face was still frozen in fear.
最後のサプライズ楽しかったんじゃあの世へよろしくね
As she spoke, the barrel of her gun pressed firmly against the driver's forehead. Dead. Seconds later, Tess was alone in the command vehicle. Gripping the steering wheel, she wrenched it sharply, crashing the car into the side of another enemy transport. While chaos rippled through the enemy convoy, the grinding Swiftfoot sped forward, punching through the courtyard's fence and barreling toward the manor's heart. Deep below ground, the rubble explosions reverberated through the layers of earth. But Chenxing paid them no mind. She pressed onward, deeper into the laboratory. Behind her, no living enemies remained, only the scars of battle, etched into every corner.
必ず分析員を連れ戻しますそう言ったから今から分析員との約束を果たします分析員が着く前に
Shortly after, in the physical world, Chenxing found herself once again standing before that tree, surrounded by the cacophony of dissonant whispers. Without the slightest hesitation, she reached out and touched the strange behemoth. In an instant, the torrent of information surged into Chenxing's mind, overwhelming her like a relentless deluge. It seemed as though countless eerie tendrils wrapped around her arms, pulling her into an unreal dimension. In this bizarre space, it appears as if numerous orbs of light floated around her, each harboring countless distorted faces that wreathe and scream in agony. Yet Chenxing's expression remained impassive, tightening her grip on the glowing strand of hair coiled around her fingertips. She slowly closed her eyes. The one her eyes shut, it was as if she had stepped into another world, a place devoid of sound, free from massive orbs entwined in eerie tendrils and grotesque twisted face. Here, there were only shelves of ancient tomes. This was the sanctuary of her memories. Soaring through the orbs of light, untangling the knotted threads of consciousness. This was a task only she could manage. It was the promise she made to the adjutant. Chenxing calmly opened one of the ancient tomes, the name engraved upon her still, resonating in her mind like a sacred mantra.
分析
Of course, she says my name. Not the adjutant, but, yeah.
心に刻んだ名前
And one more cutscene, and the boss fight, and another cutscene. And I'm going through this for about 3.5 hours. Holy crap. At the apex of the void, the fissure seemed to tear through the chaos, revealing a surreal scene beyond. It was Yao's world, slowly merging in.
ちっとも油断ならないじゃない。やはりタウはバルハラの秘密を知っているようだな。本当は成果を見せていないだけで技術自体は持っていたのか。
Sorry, just because that just stopped already, so trying to see what was that last bit there, so yep. Data's expression darkened as she sensed the changes within Valhalla, yet her cold gaze lingered on me with a mocking sneer.
それで全部か。2本立ての作戦だったか。いい度胸じゃない。だが勝つには度胸だけじゃ足りないんだ。彼女たちがここにたどり着けば勝ち目はあると思っているのだよ。もしそれが飛んで火にいるような真似だとしたら。
And what makes you so sure you haven't walked into ours?
あなたの算段はもう分かりきっている。言っておくが、戦場では剣と盾とは必要最低限なものでしかない。そんなちんけな用意で私とやり合えるとでも思っているようだが、残念なことにその期待は叶わない。ヤオにここから連れ出してもらうつもりだろう。残念だがここじゃそもそもあなたを見つけること自体不可能だ。チェンシンに私の作った木を浄化させているだろう。だがあなたはもうここから出られない。彼女は木の中に閉じ込められてそのまま死ぬ運命だ。
Say whatever you want. This round is mine to win. You will lose, no matter what.
今となってまだそんなことが言えるのか?
Oh, that hope is real, trust me. I said it only once, and it's already true. You secured a significant advantage. The fact that they and I made it here means this round was ours from the start.
ならば、その自信は本物か口先だけなのか。見せてもらおうじゃないか。
She snapped her fingers. A sharp, crisp sound echoed through the space. Though Yao's world continued its merging, I felt a new and unfamiliar disturbance ripple through the air.
誰もが羨むほどの才能を持ち合わせているのに、自覚もせず、宝の持ち腐れに終わらせるとは、皮肉も甚だしい。残念だが、その強運はここまでだ。今は抜きあるわけだ。何か望みがあれば聞いてやろう。
Her mighty gaze bore into me, underlaid with a simmering, deadly intent. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. I never wasted a thought on that. As for yours, I've already planned it out. As the final word left my lips, I emptied my magazine in Tao's direction. At the precise moment, Yao's world fully descended, loosening Valhalla from Thea's grasp and granting me a fleeting opportunity to strike. The shots missed, but they weren't meant to hit. I I'd aim to hem her movements, setting the stage for close combat. Got you.
少子だ。
A surge of dreadful power erupted from her, freeing from my grip. Theta retaliated with a vicious kick, forcing me to cross my arms defensively. Even so, the sheer force sent me staggering backward, my weapon spinning out of reach.
何一つ分かっていないようだな。この世界では私とあなたとじゃそもそも次元が違う。
With those words, she launched herself at me with relentless ferocity. The air shifted violently. I felt it before I saw it. Theta raised her leg for a crushing kick. At the last moment, I dove aside, narrowly evading her strike. Seizing the opportunity, I made my move. Rushed through the opening into the amusement park. Okay. Running. Engaging Theta here was meaningless. Funning Yao was the key to securing victory. Theta followed leisurely, her sardonic laughter echoing in the void. Each note a taunt laden with scorn.
いい加減観念するんだ。彼女はもう私の導きを受け入れ、自分のいるべき場所へ向かっている。ここじゃもう見つからん。
Is that so? Yao found herself in what felt like a distant dream.
ここは
Huh. I wonder why young Yao wearing the Hangdale dress. The little girl opened her eyes, only to find herself standing amidst the bustling amusement park. As the crowd surged past her, a sudden chilling realization dawned. She was reliving her worst nightmare. And yet Yao had braced herself for this moment. Her heart remained calm, her resolve unshaken.
やっぱりここか。一刻も早く分析員を見つけないと、一人でシータと戦わせては。
Muttering herself, she prepared to search for the adjutant using her navigation system. However, before she could begin, a gentle voice unexpectedly called out from behind her.
ヤオちゃん、そろそろ帰るわよ。
The haunting familiar voice pierced through her defenses, sending a shockwave of bitterness and grief through her chest.
お母さん。
I wove through the amusement park's bustling crowds, my face impassive. Moxer's locator program was being surrounded by an unknown force, preventing me from pinpointing Yao's location within this world. But I didn't falter, my steps remained unresolute. Behind me, Theta followed in steady pursuit.
なぜ負けたのか教えてやろう。ユグドラシルの技術でバルハラに入ったその度胸は褒めよい。だがそれであなたたちの急所は丸見えも同然だ。信仰の力は己の欲望から生まれる。あなたがこの世界に足を突っ込めば、あの子を自身の欲望に触れさせてしまうことは免れない。対して私が彼女に与えたのはかつての悔いをなくし内なる恐怖に打ち勝つチャンスだ。人は生きていれば誰しも必ず後悔を抱えている。払拭できなかった残念無念を翻す、そんなチャンスを拒める者などいない。
All this rambling. Are you scared? Scared that I might actually find her?
哀れんでいるんだよ、その無意味な悪あがきを。私の導きのもとで彼女は過去をいっぺんに変え、完璧な人生を手に入れるだろう。それに比べて分析員、あなたは何だ。
That's preposterous. Don't act like you know her better than I do.
ヤオちゃんやっと見つかった。待たせてしまってパパとママが悪かったわ。
Go with them. You'll find the happiness you've always longed for.
そうか。この日に時間を巻き戻せば、私は 完璧な人生を手に入れられる。だから。
She clenched her little fist, her arms trembling as though trying to reach out. Don't give them your hand, don't go with them, you're not alone. Alright, we're gonna do a dice roll. 1 and 4, the first one, 2 and 5, second, 3 and 6, third. Third option, we landed on 6.
ヤオちゃん、どうかしたの？そろそろ帰りましょう。ヤオちゃん、美味しいもの食べたかったんでしょう。帰りに一緒に食べに行きましょう。
The girl looked up at her parents and raised her hand, but didn't reach for them. Instead, she quietly wiped away the tears streaming down her cheeks. After all these years, she finally got a clear look at them again. Yet those two familiar faces somehow blurred before her eyes.
パパ。ママ。
怖かったよね、ヤオちゃん。もう怖がらなくて大丈夫よ。お父さんとお母さん、もうどこにも行かないから。
Tears flowed uncontrollably down her face, but as she looked up, her expression was not one of sorrow, but rather a sense of relief, as if she had been set free.
怖い。違う。そんなの、とっくに通り越してる。
She was crying, but her voice sounded as if she wanted to laugh, a laughter that was trembling and gasping, as if it used all of her body strength to force it out.
あの夜から、あの泣き虫も泣いてなんかない。捨て子になった日にずっと考えてた。必死に自分はどこが悪かったのかって。お利口じゃないからか、可愛げないからか、才能がなかったからか、それとも別の何かなのか。でもいくら考えてても答えはわからなかった。だから泥まみれになって何者かになろうって必死になったんだ。認めさせたかった。立派な私を捨てたお前らは間違ったんだって叱りつけたかった。成功を手にしたらなぜ自分を捨てたのかって絶対二人に問いただすって誓ったんだ。だけどそうはしなかった。本当のことを知るのが怖いからってそう信じてた。でもそうじゃなかった。彼と出会ってから分かったんだ。そうじゃないって。本当は怖くも何もなかった。答えがなくったってもう十分幸せだから。幸せに生きるって決めたから。完璧な過去なんてなくたって私は構いはしない。考えることも認めさせることももうしなくったっていいんだ。飲み込んできた理不尽も含めて全てが自分の生まれた意味で彼と出会うための人生だから。
ヤオちゃん、何を言ってるのかしら。お母さんよくわからないわ。そろそろ一緒に帰りましょう。
わからなくたっていいよ。自分でわかれば十分だ。全部自分に言い聞かせてるんだから。私にとってこれは待望の再会なんかじゃなくお別れだから。この自分とのお別れだ。
He spoke with quiet conviction, her hand resting firmly over her heart. As she did, the little girl vanished, replaced by Yao as she was now. A small figure reappeared before her. It was a little girl, standing at the wide crossroads, her tear-streaked face lifted in confusion. Her expression was a mixture of fear, trepidation, and unease.
お姉さん誰？
私はあなた。未来のあなただよ。
Yao looked down at the little girl standing before her, a complex smile softening her features.
未来の私？
そう。未来のあなた。
未来になったら
パパとママが見つかるのかな？どうかな。でも未来になったら幸せが見つかる。幸せ？そう。幸せ。でも、どうすれば。ひたすら走り続ければいいんだよ。でも、怖いの。怖くったっていいの。怖いのも当たり前だから。
She knelt down and rubbed the girl's head.
でもあなたは、すっごく強いから。きっと大丈夫さ。すごく、強い？そう。想像もつかないくらい。想像もつかない？どういう意味？ふん。長丁場になるよ。いいか？あなたは。
Her voice rose to excitement, yet her gaze on her younger self remained earnest. The words that followed carried a deliberate weight, as if she were trying to engrave them into the depths of her soul.
選択は迷わないし、がんじがらめになってても決して屈しない。しっかり自分を持って絶対にぶれない。生きることの息苦しさに苛まれても、闇に取り囲まれても、あなたは光へ手を伸ばし続けてた。幸せを追いかけるのを諦めなかった。あなたはそんなすごいやつだから。きっと、もっと眩しくて、暖かい日だまりにいていいんだ。あ、私、すごい！そう、あなたはすごいんだ。誰よりも何十倍も何百倍も何千倍もすごい。指の数より多い。ああ、指を折っても数えきれないくらい。
A laugh escaped her lips, but along with it came tears. Taking a step forward, Yao wrapped the little girl tightly in her arms.
だから、ビビることない。道のりが人よりほんのり長かったけど、その先には素晴らしい巡り合わせが待ってるんだ。いつか絶対、彼と出会うから。その日が来ると、生き抜いた日々は全部宝物になる。彼と出会って、彼を引き寄せるための。私、できるのかな？絶対できるよ。だって、もうできてるじゃないか。
She murmured with unwavering certainty. In her embrace, the little girl slowly began to fade away. But this was only natural because, for the entire time, the only thing she had ever held onto was herself. Yao slowly rose to her feet. There was no sorrow in her eyes, only resolve, happiness, and hope. She looked at the increasingly blurry figures before her.
だから、お父さんお母さん、もう行って大丈夫だ。これから何があっても、もう迷わない。自分の幸せと歩きたい人生はもう見つかったから。これからの人生は彼と一緒に過ごすと決めたから。
She lowered her gaze to her hand, the very hand that once felt his warmest embrace. The hand that held onto him, grasping the brightest, most radiant sunlight of her life.
もう悔しがったり、過去を呪ったりはしない。悔いを拭うよりも、私は自分の未来を良くする方が断然いい。私を迎えに来るって。彼がそう言ったから、待ち続ければ絶対迎えに来てくれる。そう彼が約束してくれたから。一生忘れない。それが彼との約束だから。
She closed her eyes. The whispers trying to confuse her, the doubts, the hesitations, the fears, all dissipated like morning mist, fading from her mind. If you ever find yourself lost again, just stay where you are. No matter where or when, I will find you. That's a promise.
もう怖がりなんかしない。だって私には分かってる。あなたは絶対迎えに来るから。
もう怖いものなどない。もう捨てられたりはしない。
She could almost see that figure, sailing toward the mountains, crossing boundless oceans, drawing nearer to her with every heartbeat. Running around the last corner, the giant Ferris wheel appeared before my eyes. Though the path ahead was still clogged with surging crowds, I could almost see my girl, waiting for me just beyond them. I'm coming, Red Hood! Clearly, Theta had also lost a sense of sort of shift. Clearly, Theta had also sensed some sort of shift. Her face twisted with rage as the world around me distorted. Massive walls seemed to rise from nowhere, blocking my path. But I knew these were mere illusions. Just keep pushing forward. The wind howled past my ears, possibly Theta launching a desperate attack. Warm blood trickled down my cheek, yet I couldn't feel the pain anymore. I heard a voice calling my name. I felt it. I could see her standing there waiting for me. That little girl, all alone in the center of the crowd, waiting for me to take her home. I dashed through the bustling crowd, crashing through every obstacle in my path. Keep running! Faster! Get to her! If you ever find yourself lost again, just stay where you are. No matter where or when, I will find you. That's a promise. This is the promise you made to her. Don't break it. Don't let her feel abandoned again. Reach out with every bit of strength you can muster. Yow!
分析。
At the heart of the crowd, Yao's eyes snapped open. Surrounded by the sea of strangers, an overwhelming loneliness engulfed her, trapping her in the middle of the crowd. It felt as if the voice she just heard was a trick of her imagination. But how?
気のせいなはずないじゃないか。分析員の声を今さら聞き間違えるはずはない。
Her trembling hand gradually
絶対
steadied.
掴む。絶対掴めるんだ。
Her trembling hand gradually steadied, firmly reaching out.
分析員！
It sounded like glass shattering, or perhaps I'd broken through some invisible barrier between two worlds. Or through the multiverse. I could truly feel my hand grasping another, delicate, warm, filled with an endless tenderness. I found you, Yao. As our hands clasped together, tears streamed uncontrollably down her face.
迎えに来てくれた。分析員。
Her response caught me off guard for a moment. Then she threw herself into my arms with all her strength. How nice it was. In this lonely, bustling world, in the moment of her greatest sorrow and despair, to have a warm embrace that held her tight. Come on, Red Hood, pull yourself together. In my arms, Yao sobbed uncontrollably, as if pouring out everything she had been holding on. Yet there wasn't a trace of sadness in her cries. I held her closer, gently patting her back, and as I whispered words of comfort. Here, there. I'm here now. It's time for you to kick your ass and chew bubblegum. And you got plenty of gum, too. As I comfort Yao, I noticed Data's movements had come to a halt behind me. I knew she hadn't abandoned her attempt to kill me, but rather she had realized that in this world, she no longer had the opportunity to do so. The setting sun vanished beyond the horizon, plunging the world into an all-encompassing darkness. It felt as if the entire universe was roaring, collapsing into an infinite abyss. My consciousness, along with Yao's, was torn away. Just before this world crumbled entirely, this voice, laced with icy menace, echoed from behind me. Funny, I was about to say the same thing to you. I remember closing my eyes. When I opened them again, the sound of cracking static and blaring alarms filled my ears. I shot up from the treatment pod in the cabin of the Grani Swiftwood. For an overwhelming sense of sorrow and emptiness could settle into my chest. My eyes landed on the figure just steps away. In the enclosed cabin, Yao had just taken out a big crate. Tears glimmered in her eyes as she looked at me with serene, tender gaze. As if harboring countless unspoken thoughts she yearned to share. Yet she restrained herself.
分析員行って勝つための最後のピースを埋めて
The shrine was empty, but I knew Chenxing was there. At my fingertips were the strength.
分析員見つかった。弓を引いたからには分析員準備は終わり。甘い、ここからです。
本当のマジックを見せてあげる。
百射百中。あなたの結末が見えました。ご褒美、もっと近づいてもらえないでしょうか。綺麗だね。言われてみれば。気が利くんだね、分析員。足に力が入らなくて。ありがとう。ちょっと仮眠取る。私のことならお構いなく、分析員。ヤオは重傷者だから、特別扱いされるのは当然です。 分析員、私、何か間違ったことを言いましたか？今の話、しっかり心に覚えさせてもらいます。違います。心に覚えるのと頭に覚えるのとは別物です。本当はもっと無遠慮な時も。あなた、
分析
さん、
分析
シータが自分の姿になぞらえて作ったアンドロイドですが、内部構造を調べたところ、あれは彼女が一部の意識だけで動かしている分身であることが分かりました。
Okay, there we go. Okay, I'm not too sure how long my mic was muted, but oh boy. But yeah, basically made a few Nikkei jokes, went with the lead, was embraced by the ladies, and yeah. Yeah, I don't know how my mic got muted too. Oof, oh man. Great, technical issues. Ooh, frick. I don't know how I got disconnected somehow, so... I didn't even realize. That's so... Okay, but yeah, anyways, so basically, Data's still around, so... Yeah, so Data's still around, and then there's the other two that's still out and about. And of course, Omega and Pi has been disposed of, so yeah.
あと、現場で見つかった各種実験の痕跡からして、シータが進行の秘密を発見したのは、ただの偶然だと断言できましょう。
By accident? Huh. Makes sense. If it hadn't been, she could have taken it much further. Data's forces invading had fought tooth and nail to hold us back. On the surface, that was logical, but in hindsight, something that didn't add up. Her absence during the battle meant she had already prepared for failure. But if she was ready to lose, why commit so much? I see.
もう見当がついたようですね。
Yes, this wasn't just a desperate defensive move. It was a demonstration. Data was trying to prove the value of that technology to someone. There's no way she would let such power slip through her fingers. Roseanne, where was she hiding during that battle?
と言っても、別に気に病むことはありません。所詮は棚ぼたものですから、実際に運用できるものにしたいなら、相当な苦労になるでしょう。それまではまだ時間が多少あるはずです。
Does that mean we have a grace period?
それがいつ来るかはまた別の話ですが、でも本当に相手がそんな余裕をくれるのなら、そのうちわかるでしょう。
Are you suggesting she might make another move before that?
それよりも、彼女がこれまで以上に強くなることを覚悟した方がいいでしょう。
So will we. Plus, we have you standing by us, don't we?
後ろだって。
She fell silent for a long moment, her expression flickering ever so slightly, or so I thought. When I looked closer, her face was as composed as ever, as if the fleeting emotion had been nothing more than in my imagination.
では、まだ他にやることがありますので。
I smiled at her and got up and left her office. Caroline was waiting outside the door.
話終わりました？
Yeah, sorry to keep waiting, Mr. Intelligence Officer.
そんなに待ってませんし。
I met these past few days. Things have been pretty hectic, and I haven't had a chance to catch up with you. Hearing that, Caroline gave me a playful eye roll.
急に何なんですか、分析。彼女たちのご機嫌取りが終わってやっと。誰か冷遇されて、かわいそうな奴がいるような気がしてきました。
Of course I do. If I hadn't, I wouldn't remember your name and be like, who is this small little girl working there? I heard something. On the day of the operation, you were pretty anxious to get to the front lines.
地獄耳ですか？まあ、5体満足で祈祷したことですし、全くの杞憂でした。
If the chance comes up, what do you think about upgrading your bionic augmentation?
あのね、分析員。確かに前線は行かなかったけれど、分析員のためにバリバリ働いてるのは同じですよ。もうこれ以上搾取しないでほしいものです。
I realized, hearing this, that she still harbored some reservations about returning to the battlefield.
自分のことを心配した方がいいと思いますよ。で、これからのスケジュールは、ちょっと、何なんですかこの空き時間は。どこへ何をしに行くつもりなんですか？
Prying into your superior's privacy isn't your job description, Miss Intelligence Officer.
へえ、プライバシーですか。不問にしてあげますよ。でも、夜は早めに帰ってきてくださいよ。待ってる人がいますから。
Oh, does Miss Intelligence Officer have plans for me?
私じゃなくて他の人ですから。私はただ伝言しただけ。
I'll be back.
じゃあ、そう伝えておきます。
Stealing a rare moment away from work, I wandered into a quaint little shop.
聞いた話だけど、街中の花火は全部一人に買い占められたとか。
あら、きっとロマンチックな式典が催されるのでしょう。
はあ、私の誕生日は花火なしか。
大丈夫ですよ。運よく式典も同じ日だったら無料で盛大に祝われるみたいなものでしょ。
As I stepped inside, snippets of their conversation caught my attention. A mention of a fireworks show piqued my interest, though it seemed I had to wait for a restock before planning anything similar for myself. Noticing me, a shop assistant approached.
分析員様ですよね。
Yeah, did that be me? Can I help you? Yeah.
お待たせしました。先日ご注文いただいたオーダー品はこちらになります。
Already?
はい。こちらはご婚約の品でいらっしゃいますよね。
And without hesitation.
それでしたら刻印はいかがなさいますか？
I could do that?
もちろんです。刻印を入れればさらにプレゼントの重みが増しますから。
Sure thing. But when the shop assistant handed me the pen and paper, I found myself momentarily at a loss. It wasn't that I couldn't think of anything right, but rather, there was too much I wanted to say.
何を入れるか思いつかないのでしたら、相手との思い出を思い出してみたらいかがでしょうか。
Memories of the past few days flooded my mind. In that moment, inspiration struck. By dusk, I returned to the company building, the small yet weighty keepsakes resting in the pocket closest to my heart. Before I could begin searching for the people I had in mind, they found me first. Oh, damn.
眠かった。分析員やっと帰ってきたんだね。
You've been waiting for me? Wait, was Caroline talking about?
私たちだよ。
Yeah, I figured it'd be you two.
私とヤオから分析員には贈り物を用意しています。
A gift?
ついてくればわかるよ。
Yeah, I smiled playfully, grabbing one of my hands when Chenxing took the other. Together, they lead me to the rooftop. What's all this secrecy? What's up there? Some kind of special sight tonight? Brilliant sunset, glowing full moon. I wonder what they had planned. But when we reached the rooftop, the night sky appeared just as familiar as ever. Oh crap, a full moon? Oh god. Hopefully there's no Saiyans down there destroying this planet. Okay, joking aside. Doesn't look like there's anything special up there.
空にはないけど、目の前にはある。
搾取では、奇怪な場所から戻ったら、取り付いた邪気を払うために、まず、何かの啓示を執り行わなければならない習わしが伝わっています。
Best of.
もう何日か経ってはいますが、まだ間に合うと思いまして。
半年分のボーナスをかけてるんだから、心して見ておくれよ。
half a year's bonus? Huh.
おーい打ち上げ始めて
And now signal a series of whooshing sounds from beyond the roof. Under the night sky, vivid sparks have shot upward, soaring over our heads and into the clouds. There they blossomed into dazzling multicolored fireworks. Holy crap! I tilted my head back to admire the spectacle, and slowly lowered my gaze to the two graceful figures standing before me. The fireworks painted the night behind them, burning their silhouettes in radiant light. This was the most stunning sight in the world.
分析員どうだった？やっぱ期待外れ？
Yeah. In a way, yeah. It's incredible. I'm genuinely thrilled.
あんまり嬉しそうに聞こえないけど。
Ooh. Fireworks, yeah! Lots of firepower! That's because I need to keep my emotions in check. There's something I wanted to say to you both, and I need to say it properly.
話って？
分析員は何が言いたいのですか？
Instead of replying right away, I reached out gently and took their hands in mine. I have gifts for you two. Present the finely wrapped golden hairpin and longevity lock.
分析員
それは
Our covenant keepsakes. The hairpin to Dorothy.
髪を留めるかんざしのように
Chenxing's figure trembled as she carefully held the hairpin, her voice soft as she read the engraving. And hand the longevity lock to Red Hood.
鍵でつなぎ止められたように。
Yao traced her fingertips over the lock, her gaze shimmering with overwhelming emotion. After a long silence, two tender voices spoke in unison.
実は私たち分析員にもう一つプレゼントを用意しました。
I watched as each of them produced a jade ring, tying it onto a piece of fabric closest to my heart. Etched into the rings were two inscriptions. The first read, "In unbroken knots, threads of love entwine. Jade ring as witness in eternal union. Two hearts bind." The second read, "There's something I don't bother to say, but there's one I'll always say. I love you." In the next heartbeat, I drew both of them into a tight embrace. Above us, the final flare of the fireworks ascended to the heavens, bursting into an incandescent splendor. The night sky bloomed in vivid hues, enveloping us in radiant light. Yet it wasn't the thunder of the fireworks that filled my ears. It was the echoes of their words.
これからこの体この魂この命がすべてあなたと共にあらんことを
迎えに来てくれた分析員。
Their voices rippled through my mind, wavering together, a symphony of that reverberated through my soul. And from that melody emerged a clear, compelling call. That call was telling me clearly it was time to prepare for our covenant ceremony. And that was it. That is Hearts in Harmony. So we finish Shuozhou. We may or may not get to Abyssal Dawn, but let's see here. So, actually, you what? No, we're... Let's see here. One game, two cutscene, trimmer, cutscene, retrieval, two cutscenes, passage, two cutscenes, downpour, siege, two such cutscenes, berry, cutscene, boss fight, and two more cutscenes along the way. Oh yeah, something tells me this is gonna be even longer too, so No, we're not gonna do the prelude, but we will play that next time we go through this. So, again, sorry if the mic get cut off out of freaking nowhere, because I have no idea what just happened. But yeah. So I guess actually. Yeah, so I don't know if I'm gonna do Snowbreak again next week. If not, if I'm busy with Icon, then it'll probably be the week after. So, as for Halo, well, we are gonna finish Halo 1, but as for Halo 2, that's also, we'll see what happens. So, hope you guys enjoyed this stream or this video archive of this. I'm Steve, I'll see you guys next time.